Madeleine McCann falls on our holiday. This would be the first fall. The second one would end her life. The death of Madeleine McCann was not just a case of bad fate. It was an episode of bad parenting. And in this video, I'm going to show how that caused the death of Madeleine McCann.
Io appartamento no.
A typical bar in Praia de Luz, Portugal. People, friends, on holiday, having fun. The banter, the jokes, the stories, the laughter. Nobody here wants to leave the table every 30 minutes. The McCanns and their friends were no different. The McCanns and their friends would soon begin to relax their 30-minute checks until the fateful night. Chaplin's Bar, never mentioned in any of the police interviews. No questions asked by the Leicester police. No questions ever asked of the McCanns in any television interview. Chaplin's Bar and Restaurant, the biggest kept secret in the story of Madeleine McCann. But we will see how a visit to Chaplin's Bar and Restaurant by the McCanns and their friends on Tuesday, the 1st of May 2007 would be a turning point and the proverbial road to disaster.
Because on the Tuesday, there's a lady who lives above, she comes in here to have hair done, and she's saying that Madeleine was crying on a Tuesday. From 10 o'clock until 12 in the county.
What? And they not come to see?
They were down at Chaplin's.
In the Chaplin?
Yeah.
Not in the another restaurant?
Not on the Tuesday.
A concealed camera, an undercover reporter, and a hairdresser. The hairdresser tells the story of the woman who lived above the McCann's apartment. She tells her customer that the McCanns had visited Chaplin's Bar on the Tuesday night. The reporter asks, "So, they weren't in the tapas bar then?" "No," she replies, "they were at Chaplin. They were there at 10 o'clock, and they didn't return back to the apartment until 11:45. The journey on foot from the Luz Ocean Club to Chaplin's Bar and Restaurant on Tuesday, the 1st of May, the McCanns and their friends, following their meal at the tapas bar, would make this journey from the Luz Ocean Club to Chaplin's Bar and Restaurant. The McCanns would not return to apartment 5A until 11:45 on that evening. So what does Mrs. Fenn say about that night? She says that on Tuesday, the 1st of May 2007, she was at home alone. She heard a child cry, and due to the tone of the crying, seemed to be a young child. Apart from the crying that continued for approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes, and which got louder and more expressive, the child shouted, "Daddy, Daddy." The witness had no doubt that the noise came from the floor below. At about 11:45, an hour and 15 minutes after the crying began, she heard the parents arrive. She did not see them, but she heard the patio doors open. She was quite worried, as the crying had gone on for more than an hour and had gradually got worse. The customer who told the hairdresser that the McCanns had been to Chaplin's on the Tuesday evening was Pamela Fenn, who lived above the McCann's apartment. But how did Pamela Fenn know the McCanns had been to Chaplin's on the Tuesday evening? The answer to that is provided by a statement of a policeman who, in his evidence, discloses the fact that he was called by a man called Robert, who reported to him that a woman on the complex had complained that a child had been crying for over an hour. That Robert turns out to be none other than Robert Murat, someone who knows the expat community extremely well, somebody who frequents the bars in Praia de Luz. It seems obvious that the person who discovered that the McCanns were in the bar in Chaplin's was Robert Murat. It is not long before things start to go wrong for Robert Murat. He is accused of being involved with paedophilia with contacts in the UK. He is accused of having illicit material on his computer and of sending encrypted emails to paedophiles in the UK. Soon after, Robert Murat is arrested, but not because they believe in the report about him being a paedophile, but because Murat, they believe, is working for Jerry McCann. He is peddling stories that Madeleine was kidnapped by Russians. The GNR happily arrest Robert Murat and make him an arguido. When the press ask Jerry McCann whether or not he has any contact with Robert Murat, he is completely devastated. He drops his head onto his chest. Kate McCann looks into the abyss.
Did you know Robert Murat?
I'm not going to comment on that.
Why are the McCanns devastated that Robert Murat has been made an arguido? It would be a good excuse for them to cover up their own concealment of Madeleine McCann's body. The reason for this is that they offered Robert Murat a role with them, finding out information and being paid for it, because they knew he was one of the few people who had information that they had been in Chaplin's bar on the Tuesday evening. Now, with Murat and Arguido, they believed that he would cave in and he would tell his story to the world's press about the McCanns going to Chaplin's. This is the worst possible scenario for Jerry and Kate McCann.
He was taken away by police early yesterday and questioned for some 19 hours. Seen here last week, Robert Murat was known to the British media, telling them he translated witness statements and interviews between Madeleine's family and the police.
What, first of all, made you suspicious about the fact that he was spending so much time around?
He was hanging around the scene an awful lot. He was asking us questions about what was going on in the investigation, maybe trying to find out what we knew. And he just seemed to be giving an air that he was authoritative, that he was working in an official capacity for the police. And I was just very suspicious about that they would take on board a man who was just a local guy. They have many people, I'm sure, who speak Portuguese and English. Why would they ask him to, you know, go into the apartment, speak to the family and have that sort of contact with them?
Despite Laurie Campbell's suspicions about Robert Murat and his connection with the GNR Portuguese police, it is evident Robert Murat is was known to the police. We see Robert Murat's name in the PJ police files in association with interpreting. Robert Murat is an interpreter for several of the workers in the children's creche at the Ocean Club. But this is not the last accusation that Robert Murat faces. He is summoned to the police station, where he faces down 4 members of the Tapas 7 McCann friends. Here, Jane Tanner accuses Murat of being the person she saw on the evening of the 3rd of May, carrying a child away from the apartment. Robert Murat denies it, claims that he was never there, and calls her a liar. Fiona Payne claims that she saw Murat at the Ocean Club on that evening. Murat denies it and calls her a liar. Rachel Mapley states that she saw Robert Murat at the Ocean Club on that evening. He denies that he was there again and calls her a liar. Russell O'Brien claims that he saw Murat there. Not only that he saw Murat there, but he had a conversation with Robert Murat, wherein Murat offered his telephone number to Russell O'Brien and suggested that he could contact him if he needed any assistance. Robert Murat denied it and called Russell O'Brien a liar. Jennifer Murat, Robert Murat's mother, made a statement to the police stating that her son Robert was with her all evening.
Well, he suffered terribly, but he's not here at the moment.
Yeah, but
So-
how does he feel about this?
Well, awful. I'm very bitter. Somebody has set him up.
Yeah.
And 3
Why
months.
do you think that happened?
I don't know. Probably the people who did it. We don't know.
Yeah. How is he dealing with this?
He's not too bad, but he can't work. He's not worked for 3 months. He's not earned any money for 3 months. You know, which is very bad and very difficult. I don't know.
Now maybe gonna have some evolution and some changes.
We hope so. We hope so.
And the police they make a lot of investigation and don't find nothing to remind
the Portuguese
Robert.
police don't tell you anything.
Yeah,
But we have been told there is absolutely nothing. And we know there's absolutely nothing because I was here with him that night. So I know there's nothing.
In considering the accusations of 4 members of the Tapas 7 against Robert Murat, I have decided that based upon the evidence that Fiona Payne, Rachel Mapley and Russell O'Brien were telling the truth, and that it was Robert Murat who lied about where he was on that evening. I base that judgment on a number of considerations. Firstly, it is clear to me that 2 of the 4 of the Tapas 7 group in this circumstance, Fiona Payne and Russell O'Brien, would not be prepared to commit perjury. The consequences of being found out would mean they would lose their profession as doctors, they would lose their children, and they would be incarcerated in a Portuguese prison. It is clear that that is not a risk that they would be prepared to take. In considering the risks that these people were prepared to take, it is clear from the evidence that they were not prepared to give Jerry McCann an alibi at the time in which Martin Smith said that he saw him on 25 de Abril, just before 10 o'clock. All of the Tapas 7 state that Jerry was not in the apartment at that time. None of the Tapas 7 are prepared to back up Kate McCann's claim that the window and shutters were open. It is clear that the Tapas 7 friends have been guilty of extreme evasiveness in the nature of their statements to the police, and perhaps even guilty of perverting the course of justice. But they have mediated between themselves to ensure that they do not cross the line into perjury. I also find that when the Portuguese police examined the mobile phone of Russell O'Brien, that they found a mobile number on his data. That mobile number belonged to none other than Robert Murat, confirming the strong possibility that Robert Murat had given Russell O'Brien his cell phone number on that evening, as Russell O'Brien claimed in the police station. In terms of the accusation made by Jane Tanner that Robert Murat was the person she saw on that evening walking away with a child, she has carried out no more than the exercise of her own opinion. This is not technically perjury, to make a statement that she believed that that person could or was likely to have been Robert Murat. I also find that Robert Murat withdrew his original statement, citing that he had an alibi in his German girlfriend for that evening. Clearly, he could not depend upon her committing perjury, and he changed his statement to being with his German girlfriend to being with his mother at her home. I am mindful of the fact that on the Tuesday evening, the 1st of May, news reached Robert Murat via Pamela Fenn, who had complained about a child crying in the McCann's apartment. I cannot accept that with all the commotion going on at the Ocean Club, that news did not reach Robert Murat or Jenny Murat on that evening. Russell O'Brien, in his statement, gives evidence that he saw Robert Murat in the early morning hours of 4th of May. When Robert Murat was made an arguido, the dynamics of the situation changed dramatically. Undoubtedly, the Tapas 9 were aware that Robert Murat had some information on them about Chaplin's bar. When he was made an arguido, they feared that in defending himself, he would make certain disclosures that would compromise them. The Tapas 7 group decided that they would attempt to discredit Robert Murat by associating him with the person that Jane Tanner saw walking away from the building that evening. In other words, the meeting that they had with him, wherein he offered them help, made Robert Murat an ally of these people. However, when he was arrested, he was no longer of any use to them as an inside man. In fact, not only was he of no use to them as an inside man, he was now potentially dangerous as somebody who had information about the behavior of the Tapas 9 and particularly their visit to Chaplin's. However, what the Tapas 7 didn't know was that Jerry and Kate McCann had been using Robert Murat to spy on them. In other words, Jerry and Kate McCann had an agenda which was separate from that of the Tapas 7 friends. No doubt there was tension in this group of friends. The references that Diane Webster, Fiona Payne and David Payne had made concerning the possible sedation of the twins was an insurance policy that they took out on themselves in case things got dirty. Diane Webster, her daughter Fiona Payne, and David Payne had clearly got together and decided that if they were going down with the McCanns, then they would not be going down with them in relation to drugging the children.
Robert's mother, Jennifer, has been running a stall on the beach here for expats who may have information about Madeleine. She, along with other relatives, is adamant her son is innocent.
Portuguese detective Pedro Veranda starts to write up the suspicions he has about Robert Murat. He makes a statement that Murat appears to be attempting to catch glimpses of various documents. It also seems to be the case that Robert Murat is attempting to catch glimpses of police documents. Murat is also blaming outside foreigners. Pedro Veranda says that he follows his own hunch in order to conduct the Diane Webster interview. Why would this detective be interested particularly in the Diane Webster interview? It is because it is the only one where Robert Murat has pressurized himself into. Being aware of this, Pedro Veranda, working on a hunch, has decided that it is something that he needs to look at closely. Following the arrest of Robert Murat, we see that his lawyer writes a letter to the PJ conveying a plaintive remark from Robert Murat concerning why they believe he has compromised the honor of his role in the PJ police. Robert Murat clearly here is playing little boy lost. It's a role that he often likes to play in order to extricate himself from any wrongdoing in the Madeleine McCann case. This representation to the police undoubtedly will not go down well, since they have been following Robert Murat and his mother for a long time on the suspicion that he has been feeding information back to the McCanns.
Right place for the most up-to-date information. As we can see here, this is the police base.
He believes another team of private detectives followed his mother.
My mother felt like she was being followed by them, and she felt that they were there, and she'd seen people that she felt were actually following her.
What did she see?
She saw people that she thought were following her, that she kept on seeing.
Through their lawyers, the McCanns told us they were not party to any form of intimidation or targeting. They also say they didn't know anything about a deal that was put to me by one of their supporters.
I was offered exclusive access to any new developments in the case, an inside track on any new breakthrough. But there was a price. I was expected to act as a spy within the press pack. I said to you before the interview there was a thing that I was going to tell you which I've never told you before. During that period, I was offered a deal by somebody inside the McCann camp, not the family, and they said they would give me access to lines from the inquiry, new stories, if I reported back on what the press pack was saying about you.
It is clear that both Robert Murat and his mother, Jenny Murat, took the opportunity to exploit the difficulties of the McCanns in exchange for money. That money came directly from the Madeleine Fund. In the end, Robert Murat was the person who could have influenced the creche workers in the substance of their statements. Robert Murat may well have been able to exclude pieces of information or add to pieces of information. However, it has to be considered that the quality of those statements may well have borne the mark of Robert Murat. In any event, whether or not he influenced the creche workers in their statements, he certainly was in a position to feed back what they said about the McCanns to Jerry McCann himself. In the history of this case, I will assert that both Robert Murat and Jenny Murat were complicit in conspiring with Jerry and Kate McCann in order to influence the events around the case, and they did so in exchange for payment.
No.
Did we have to suggest it wasn't going to be safe? We were dining 50 yards away. We were dining 50 yards away. We were making regular checks. We were going into the apartment. We were going into the apartment. We were going into the apartment. Always quiet every night. And if we had thought it was unsafe for a minute, if there was any conscious element that somebody was going to get into that apartment and steal your child, then of course we wouldn't have done that.
But it wasn't just a matter of being unsafe, was it? I mean, is it the case, you can clear it up right here now, was Madeleine upset the night before about being left alone? Had she had a moment and got out of bed and started crying and started looking for you?
I mean, I don't want to dwell on it too much. I don't know if you saw the documentary last night, so I mean, I have talked about it. Madeleine made a comment in passing, that, where were you when I cried?
We were going into the apartment, always quiet every night.
Not just to mummy, by the way, just generally. Not just to mummy, by the way. Not just to mummy, by the way, just... it just seemed a bit odd. I mean, it was a very kind of passing remark, and we just thought she doesn't usually wake up, and she woke up, that means that, you know, she must have fallen back asleep very quickly. She woke up, that means that, you know, she must have fallen back asleep very quickly. And then she moved on. You know, she moved on.
Anybody with young children will understand that children cry, children cry. They wake up at night. During that week, there was one night but there was one night where Madeleine had come through.
You went back to check again at...
Well, actually at 9:30 I stood up to go and check on Madeleine. It was my turn. And at the same time, Matt, our friend, stood up. And we both started walking, and he said, well, I'm going to go and check on Grace. They were in the next apartment to us. He said, I'll check on Madeleine. And we hesitated a bit, and then he said, no, I'll check. So he went to check at 9:30. Came back, said fine, everything's fine. So then I went at 10 o'clock, the next check.
Did he see her in the bed at 9:30?
No, he just went in and listened, and there was no crying. You may have heard that other Mark Warner resorts have what they call a baby listening service.
Yes.
So one of the staff will go round and listen outside the apartment. You may have heard that other Mark Warner resorts have what they call a baby listening service.
Yes.
So one of the staff will go round and listen outside the apartment. So one of the staff will go round and listen outside the apartments to see if anyone's crying.
Sure.
But as it turned out, they didn't have one in Pride Luge because it was a little bit more spread out, so it was harder for the staff to go round. But we effectively thought we were doing our own baby listening service.
Rather than saying we'll put the kids in the creche and disturb them and bring them back, we said we'll just eat in the tapas area and we'll come back and check them. And other Mark Warner resorts do baby listening, and collectively we decided that that's what we do. And then collectively we decided that that's what we do, really just to check the kids weren't crying.
But we effectively thought we were doing our own baby listening service.
Wasn't Madeleine upset the next day?
The next morning she said, Mummy, I can't remember if it was Mummy or Daddy, why didn't you come when Shawnee and I were crying last night? And we both looked at each other and thought, that's odd, crying. And we didn't hear anything.
Yes.
And we both looked at each other and thought, that's odd, crying. And we didn't hear anything.
Yes.
Crying. And we didn't hear anything.
Yes.
Crying, and we didn't hear anything.
Yes.
Probably just because our main concern was that the children had woken up. I just thought, had they woken up? And obviously, I was upset about that. I didn't, if that had happened, then, I just thought, had they woken up? And obviously, I was upset about that. I didn't, if that had happened, then,
Little ringleader. And one of the other twins was crying. Little ringleader. And one of the other twins was crying.
We think that then, when you're going through with this fine comb, is that the point that you go, I wonder, were they disturbed by something or someone? Is that the point you...
Absolutely. I mean, at that time, I was, I just thought, have they woken up? But I actually, at the end, I thought, probably didn't, to be honest, because Madeleine isn't one to hold back.
Little ringleader. And one of the other twins was crying. Little ringleader. And one of the other twins was crying.
When Matthew Oldfield went into the apartment that night, he stated that he could see the twins in their cots, but he couldn't see Madeleine. But Rachel Oldfield states that he did say he wondered where she slept. Now, this is not a logical pair of paragraphs because there's no continuity in the paragraphs. She says he didn't put his head round the door to see if Madeleine was in her bed, but he wondered where she slept. Well, obviously that's not logical. What in fact happened was he did put his head into that bedroom, and he saw that Madeleine wasn't in her bed. And at that point, he wondered where she slept. Now we come to the bombshell statement. She says Matthew poked his head, kind of looked into Jerry and Kate's room. Just saw there was a double bed there. So, he assumed the children were all in together, but he didn't look to see whether Madeleine was there or not. Now what this suggests is, and this is not in the statement of Matthew Oldfield himself, this is a testimony of his partner Rachel Oldfield, and what this suggests clearly is that Matthew Oldfield, contrary to what he says, did put his head into the room and he saw that Madeleine wasn't there. He then made the next logical move and looked into the next bedroom, which was that of Jerry and Kate McCann, and he found that she wasn't there either. That's the only interpretation to be drawn from these statements, logically. When he didn't find Madeleine there, rather than search the room, which wasn't his room, he went back to the bar saying that Madeleine wasn't in the bed with the twins, nor was she in her bed. And that is the only interpretation to draw from this evidence. What this means is Matthew Oldfield should have been re-interviewed about this significant piece of evidence which entirely changes the story in the McCann case. The facts show that the person who found that Madeleine was not in her bed was not Kate McCann, but it was Matthew Oldfield.
And I ran to the window and I had no idea what I thought I was going to find, but ran to the window and then I just whizzed around the house. And I just whizzed around the house, flat for the 10-15 seconds. And again, I knew she'd been taken, but I just thought, just in case she's, I don't know, cowering in a cupboard or something. Cowering in a cupboard or something.
The door and I just lingered for a few seconds and thought how beautiful she was. And that was the last time I saw her.
The last time you saw her?
In Jerry McCann's statement of the 4th of May 2007, he claimed to have left the tapas bar and walked around the front of the building and entered the front door with the key. On the 10th of May 2007, in his second interview, he changed his story, claiming that he left the tapas bar and went to the rear gate, climbed the steps, and entered the apartment through the sliding double doors. Why did Jerry McCann change his story? The reason he changed his story was he became aware that the police had interviewed Jeremy Wilkins. Jeremy Wilkins saw Jerry McCann at the bottom of the stairs outside the gate on the Thursday evening and engaged him in a conversation. When Jerry McCann became aware that the police had interviewed Wilkins, his claim to have entered through the front door would be brought into disrepute. But Jerry McCann had more to worry about. He was worried that Jeremy Wilkins had seen him walk up the steps at the back of the building walk up to the sliding doors, listen, and then do a U-turn and come right back down the steps without entering the apartment. Jerry McCann's concern about what Jeremy Wilkins had seen was obvious, because he sent Matthew Oldfield with John Hill, the Ocean Club manager, to the door of Jeremy Wilkins to find out exactly what he had seen. Clearly, Jerry McCann did not send Matthew Oldfield to Jeremy Wilkins' apartment to ask if he'd seen an abductor, because Jerry McCann knew there wasn't an abductor. So why did he send Matthew Oldfield to ask him if he'd seen anything? Clearly, Jerry McCann sent Matthew Oldfield to ask him what he had seen, because he wanted to know if Jeremy Wilkins had seen him listen outside the door and come back down the steps without entering the apartment.
Lingered for a few seconds and thought how beautiful she was. And that was the last time I saw her.
From your sketch, he appears to be carrying the child in a sort of unusual way.
Yeah, I was carrying sort of across the body like that.
Jane Tanner's map, written on the request of the Portuguese police. Jeremy Wilkins and Jerry McCann are talking outside the gate of apartment 5A. Jane Tanner emerges from the tapas bar and proceeds towards the top of the road, claiming that she passed the two men on the way up. As she makes her way to the top, Jane Tanner sees a man emerge from the top of the road. Jane Tanner sees the man cross the road from left to right. This is Jane Tanner's evidence. Tanner Man, produced by Jane Tanner in the presence of the police to describe the man that she saw on the Thursday, the 3rd of May, just after 9 o'clock, walking away from the McCann's apartment. Eventually, the man turns up and declares himself to the police, telling them that he believes that he may well be this person. He participates in a reconstruction, explaining what he wore and how he carried his child across the road. Detective Chief Inspector Andy Redwood thereby rules him out of the investigation, but not before 6 years has elapsed. It is reasonable to assume that the police have suppressed information about Tanner Man for for many years, allowing the McCanns to use Tanner Man as a suspect in the disappearance of their daughter, Madeleine. Clearly, Jane Tanner described the man accurately. However, she was describing a tourist on holiday with this child. The most interesting thing about Tanner's testimony is that whilst her description of Tannerman was correct, she lied about walking past Jerry McCann and Jeremy Wilkins on that evening. The map of Jeremy Wilkins, marked with an X outside the gate of McCann's apartment 5A. Here, Jeremy Wilkins explains to the police where he was standing when he had the conversation with Jerry McCann. In a reconstruction on the BBC, we see how Jerry McCann moves over to the other side of the road. This is how it is explained by Jane Tanner. She simply moves the men down the road. The correct position is indicated by the blue line, with Jez Wilkins proceeding towards the gate. Now we see the back door where Jeremy Wilkins and Jerry McCann were standing. At the back door, we see how Jane Tanner moves them down to the right. She does so in order that she can walk up that road without having to explain why they did not see her. Jane Tanner now moves up the road from the tapas bar exit. She no longer has to explain this situation. She simply removes the two men and puts them on the other side of the road. This is just one of the deceptions of Jane Tanner, who has a lot to hide. So why is it that Jane Tanner lied about passing the two men? Well, Jane Tanner wanted to cover up the fact that she immediately did a U-turn and went back to the bar. But it's also likely that she wanted to put herself ahead of the men, walking in the direction to the front of the apartments, where she would then go in and do a physical check on her children. She didn't want to turn left towards the back of the apartment, because she knew that the back of the apartment was where everybody was just listening at the windows. She wanted to make it certain to the world that she went to the front. So why did Jane Tanner not anticipate that both men would be asked if they saw her? The reason for that is that we must not assume that people that give false evidence work things out logically. Invariably, they never do. They make self-serving statements. Jane Tanner simply made a statement: I walked to the front of the property and I can tell you that I saw the two men and I passed them at the same time. By saying that she passed the two men, she thinks she's proving that she actually walked to the front of the apartments, never thinking that the police might ask the two men, did you see Jane Tanner? Because this is how people blurt out false evidence and don't consider the implications of the statements they are making in terms of the logic of the case and of the evidence of the case and the chronological way in which evidence works. The police match things up. They look for inconsistencies in the statements of suspects, of those people giving evidence. Jane Tanner did not have the sophistication or the experience in law and evidence to be aware that her statement, facile as it was, would be exposed by simply asking the two men, "Did you see Jane Tanner?"
You went back to check again at...
Well, actually at 9:30 I stood up to go and check on Madeleine. It was my turn. And at the same time, Matt, our friend, stood up. And we both started walking and he...
These blinds are called punch lath window blinds, and if you've holidayed on the continent, then you may well have seen these. Now every detective knows that if you move your head up and down or left to right, you can see the outside. You can see people, you can see cars, you can see the trees. And these punch lath window blinds are on the McCann's apartment. You can see them at the top there. So that between the red lines there and to the right of the photograph, you can see these perforations in the blinds. Now the theory of the Portuguese police is that Madeleine climbed onto the window ledge to listen for her father. She heard the conversation between her father and Jeremy Wilkins, and she climbed into the window. So here we have the shutters down, and we can see that Madeleine's height is ideal for listening or looking through these perforations. These are continental windows which are shallow. Now, if Madeleine moves her head from left to right and up and down, then she will get better visibility on the outside. So the Portuguese police have theorized that the two men were under the window, and we can see the window now where they suggest that Madeleine was standing on the window ledge, overseeing her father and Jeremy Wilkins having a conversation, and no doubt hoping that he's going to come in to see her. So, if you're moving your head from left to right, your shoulders will also move, and you can easily fall off what is a very shallow ledge on these windows. Now, if you look at the head in relation to the floor, that is a considerable drop. We're looking at about 6 feet of acceleration, hitting solid tile and concrete. The result of this is that the impact will cause brain trauma, the brain will swell, and the child will die. And we can see the markers that the police are putting on the walls and on the tiles in this area, indicating blood spots. And on the back of the sofa. The statement of Matthew Oldfield asserts that he went into the apartment 5A on the Thursday evening to check the children of Kate and Jerry McCann. He looks through the door and he sees the twins in their cots, but he doesn't go far enough in to see if Madeleine is there. And that is the extent of his statement. This is contradicted by his partner, Rachel Oldfield. She claims that Matthew looked in the bedroom of the parents, Kate and Jerry McCann, and he saw that Madeleine was not there. Now, she made this statement in Leicester Police Station, and it is possible that the sobering environment of that police station made her change her mind about the cosy arrangement that she had come to with the Tapas 9 about what she should say and what she should not say. She has anticipated that it is possible she will have to go into a courtroom, and she's now thinking better of the arrangements that she's been coached in, thinking she might have to put her hand on the Bible and swear under oath, and she's contemplating all the implications of that moment. So she decides to tell the truth, and she tells the police that Matthew looked into the bedroom and didn't see Madeleine was in there. This clearly is not what Matthew Oldfield is prepared to disclose. Matthew Oldfield simply states that he just looked through the room. It's clear from the evidence that Matthew Oldfield went into the room, put his head round the corner and saw that Madeleine was not in her bed, and then checked in the parents' room, Kate and Jerry McCann, and found that she wasn't there either. He then returned to the Tapas bar, telling the McCanns that he couldn't see Madeleine there. They probably assumed that she was hiding in a cupboard or something. The detective, 4078, says, what happened after that? Matthew Oldfield starts to scramble his reply. His sentence structure breaks down. This is the case because he's trying to answer the question promptly and think ahead about what he's going to say to cover his story. This is broken sentence structure indicating that Matthew Oldfield is in disarray and buying time to think of a deceptive answer. He continues, Jerry got up to go and check on the kids. I'd come back and said, you know, I didn't hear any noise when I listened outside your room. He uses the phrase, your room, the parents' room, getting a bit closer to the truth, but still withholding the information that he looked into the room and found that Madeleine was not there. He says, I thought it was a bit odd that, you know, not sort of wounded pride that he didn't trust me. Again, a disjointed statement. Why is it that Jerry McCann, as soon as his friend comes back, having checked on his children and saying everything is okay, why would he decide to go and check right away, right after that? Oldfield says, I just thought, you know, I checked. You don't need to go and check. I'd sort of, you know, go back. But then he sort of got up and went to check on his kids. The police detective 4078 asks, so Jerry has gone off sort of straight away after you got back? Matthew Oldfield replies, yes. It's clear to the police what has happened here. Matthew Oldfield, not finding Madeleine McCann in either of the bedrooms, comes back to the Tapas bar, tells the McCanns. Kate McCann again is not bothered to go up, sends Jerry up. Jerry goes into the apartment, looks in the cupboards, and eventually looks behind the sofa and finds Madeleine lying behind the sofa. Because he's a doctor, he does the requisite checks on her and finds that she is dead beyond resuscitation. And this is what the police investigation establishes. It is a little after 9 p.m. on the 3rd of May 2007. Jerry McCann has left the Tapas bar and made his way up towards the apartment 5A to do his check on the children. He doesn't return back in the normal 2 minutes. Kate McCann jokes with her friend Jane Tanner that maybe he's watching sport on the TV. This is the only suggestion she makes for his delay. In 2008, in Leicester Police Station, Jane Tanner is questioned about her claim that she passed Jeremy Wilkins and Jerry McCann on the way up to her apartment. Both men state that they didn't see Jane Tanner passing them. They ask her several times, and clearly they're not convinced with her answer. They then turn the questions on Matthew Oldfield returning from the apartment and ask, did he tell Kate McCann that Madeleine was not in her bed? She says no. They ask again. So it's not the reason that Matthew came back to the table and said, only, I've seen the twins, but couldn't see Madeleine. Jane Tanner responds emotionally, no, no, no. Clearly, a little more than 11 months after the McCann event, Leicester Police have understood the case. The true story of that evening is different than the version told by Jane Tanner. The fact of the matter is Jane Tanner was on a mission. A word that she tried to withdraw clumsily in her interview at Leicester Police Station in 2008. She was on a mission for her friend, Kate McCann. Kate McCann wanted to know why her husband had not returned as promptly as he normally does. Jane Tanner volunteered to go and have a look for him. When she left the Ocean Club exit, she stood at the bottom of the road and looking up she could see Jerry McCann speaking to a man. At the same time, another man crossed the road from left to right, carrying a child. She assumed that it was a tourist with his daughter and thought nothing more of it. She returned to the Ocean Club and told her friend, Kate McCann, that her husband, Jerry McCann, was speaking to somebody just outside the apartment. The truth of the matter is that on that evening, Jane Tanner did not make that journey. And why was it that Kate McCann never thought that her husband may have gone into the apartment because one of the children was crying? Why did it never enter her head that that's why he was not as fast as he normally was in returning to the tapas bar? And why was it that that thought never entered the head of Jane Tanner? The reason for that is they knew that his philosophy was children cry, children cry. They knew that he made a token visit, that he wouldn't go into that apartment on his holiday when he was having fun. The truth of the matter was, at that time, Madeleine McCann was lying dead beneath the window behind the sofa in apartment 5A. So it's just before 9 o'clock on Thursday, the 3rd of May 2007. Matthew Oldfield is sitting in the tapas bar and he knows that the Paynes are due to come down at 9 o'clock, as they usually do. So, inexplicably, he decides to go up and chase them up. On his way up, he sees a light going off, so he knows they're coming down, but he decides to go up anyway and do a check, and he checks outside the McCann's apartment. Now when he gets back, he states that he says everything's okay, but Jerry decides to go up anyway to check where he's just checked a moment ago. Now there's not many people that would believe the party animal, Jerry McCann, would go up and make an unnecessary check on his children. What we do know about that time at 9 o'clock is that Jerry McCann did go up and did his routine check, because we know that he bumped into Jez Wilkins, and we have Jez Wilkins' evidence that he was there. So this is what we see. The blue circle here is Matthew Oldfield, who states he went up at 9 o'clock. He comes back down and says everything's fine, and inexplicably we see Jerry McCann get off his seat and go up and check, even though he's checked. And Matthew Oldfield, when asked, said, oh, well, he thinks it's something to do with pride or something. Well, quite clearly he's waffling here. A lot of nonsense, because he's been asked to explain something he wasn't expected to be asked to explain. So let's just have a look at this so-called journey of Matthew Oldfield. The Paynes are coming down. He sees the light go off, but he decides to go and check anyway. They come down. Now, the police ask him, Portuguese police asked whereabouts was it that he met the Paynes, and clearly didn't really expect to be pitched by that sort of question. And he says, well, I met them here on this junction. And they were coming down and I was just coming up. Now, the Portuguese police then asked Diane Webster about this meeting on the most important night of her life that must be ingrained in her memory. A simple little journey from the apartment down to the tapas bar, bumps into Matthew Walfield, must have exchanged a few jokes, but no, she doesn't remember it. A year later, she does remember it, because she says, well, my son-in-law, David Payne, reminded me that I was wrong. She says, we did pass him on the way down. Interestingly enough, it's actually David Payne himself who can't remember whereabouts he met Matthew Walfield, because he said it was actually inside the tapas bar, through the doors and inside, and not on that very distinctive corner. So he can't remember either. So this leads the Portuguese police to believe there's something not quite right about Matthew Walfield's evidence. And in Leicester in 2008, obviously the Leicester police have been liaising with the Portuguese police, deciding what they're going to ask. We're moving on to 9:30 now, and this is the Leicester police in 2008, and they're asking Jane Tanner, do you remember if Matthew made a comment when he came back to the tapas bar about being only able to see the twins? Now, he's talking about 9:30, and we know at 9:30 he'd gone in, he'd seen the twins, but he didn't see Madeleine. He came back and said everything's okay. Inexplicably, neither Kate or Jerry McCann asked him any questions about going into their apartment. No questions at all. This is 9:30. And they ask, again, they put in the question a second time to Jane Tanner. Is it not the reason that Matthew came back to the table and said, no, only I've seen the twins, but I couldn't see Madeleine? And she says, no, no, no. So let's actually see what happens at 9:30. Matthew Walfield in the blue again, and this is the situation which he describes happening at 9 o'clock. He goes up at 9:30, goes in, can't find Madeleine in the apartment at all, comes back down. Now at this point he's supposed to say to the McCanns, all is quiet, and they make no remark, don't ask him any questions. In fact, what happened here is that Jerry McCann goes up to check, because Matthew Walfield has just told him at 9:30 that Madeleine is not in the bedroom. Now, so this means that the suspicions of the police about what Matthew Walfield's inexplicable journey at 9 o'clock to chase up the Paynes, who were due to come down at 9 o'clock in any event, they don't believe that happened. They don't believe that he went up, as represented here by the blue circle, they don't believe that he went up at 9 o'clock. They believe that he went up, as he said, and as we see from the evidence, only at 9:30. And this is where he exchanges paths with Jerry McCann, because he's just told Jerry McCann that Madeleine is not in her bedroom. So why does he create this situation, this crossover at 9 o'clock? He does so because this is how Matthew Walfield thinks, and this is how these doctors think. He creates it at 9 o'clock in case there are any witnesses that see him coming back and then Jerry McCann going up following him. Anybody in the tapas bar might see that. Then they can say, well, no, this happened at 9 o'clock, that person's wrong. What this does is it allows the McCanns an extra half hour, because we know that he's supposed to have come back to the table at this point and said everything's quiet. And then we find that in the evidence that Kate McCann goes up at 10 o'clock, which never happened. This, in fact, buys the McCanns an extra half hour to be able to dispose of the body. Because Matthew Walfield comes back at 9:30, Jerry McCann goes up there at 9:30, finds Madeleine behind the sofa dead. He then has to make a very rapid decision, and we're going to see the implications of this very rapid decision and rapid state of events in a future video.
What was the exact moment, let me ask you, Kate, when you realised Madeleine had gone?
Well, I went back to do a check at 10 o'clock, and I went through the patio doors at the back, and I listened for a minute in the living room, and it was all quiet, and I just noticed that the door to the children's bedroom was quite far open, and we always leave it just so it's slightly ajar, just to let a little bit of light in. And I thought to myself, did Matt leave the door open at 9:30? Did Matt leave the door open at 9:30? Because Matt checked on them at 9:30. And I thought that must be what happened. And I thought that must be what happened. And I thought that must be what happened.
When on the 3rd of May 2007, the McCanns found their child dead in apartment 5A, a terrifying thought would have entered their minds. They knew that the police would enter their home in Leicestershire in their absence and find Madeleine's star chart. The star chart that would prove that Madeleine habitually left her bed to look for her parents in the house.
Did Matt leave the door open at 9:30? And I thought that must be what happened.
Kate McCann knew that in his police interview, Jerry McCann had admitted that Madeleine would often come through her bedroom door. But Kate McCann had to lower the significance of this behaviour and instead make it seem like the likely reason for the open door was that it was moved by Matthew Oldfield. Kate McCann was desperate that the focus of that open door did not indicate that she knew Madeleine often left her bed. She knew that she had left a 3-year-old child in an apartment to wander around without any parental supervision. It was a sign of criminal negligence, and the fact that a star book was listed in the police evidence shows us that prosecutors had intended to show such criminal negligence in any case lodged against the McCanns. In the notes of Jerry McCann's Arguido interview, the police note that he does in fact have such an object, where several stars show the nights when Madeleine did not get up, as she was rewarded in this way. When questioned if it was therefore safe to leave Madeleine in her apartment if she woke and got up at night, he says that this rarely happened, and that only after her parents were in bed. The presence of the star chart gives the lie to Jerry McCann's statement that Madeleine rarely got up. Since Kate McCann knew that her husband had given such evidence, she has to include it in her statement to Piers Morgan. However, she plays it down, suggesting that it is a secondary and minor consideration.
And then I looked and realised she wasn't there, and then I thought, so if she'd gone through to our bedroom, that, you know, that'd explain why the door was open as well.
In an evaluation of the McCann case, a reason for the McCanns hiding the body of their daughter can be attributed to two pieces of crucial evidence. The star chart indicating awareness of the risks to their daughter being left alone in an apartment, and the possible sedation of the McCann twins. Any inquest into the accidental death of Madeleine would have shown that the McCanns behaved in such a way that they were responsible for the death of their daughter by dint of criminal negligence. On the evening of 3rd of May 2007, both Jerry and Kate McCann faced prison sentences and the probable destruction of their professional careers as NHS doctors. It was a good enough reason for the McCanns, they thought, to falsify an abduction of their daughter, Madeleine.
Words cannot describe the anguish and despair that we are feeling as the parents of our beautiful daughter Madeleine. We request that anyone who may have any information related to Madeleine's disappearance, no matter how trivial, contact the Portuguese police and help us get her back safely. Please, if you have Madeleine, let her come home to her mummy, daddy, brother and sister. As everyone can understand how distressing the current situation is, we ask that our privacy is respected to allow us to continue assisting the police in their investigation. Thank you.
It is approximately 9:40 p.m. on the 3rd of May 2007. Jerry McCann leaves apartment 5A carrying the body of his daughter Madeleine McCann, who has died in an accident in the apartment. He takes a remote road to the beach. On his journey, which will take approximately 9 minutes, he encounters the Smith family, who are returning to their apartment. It is 9:50 p.m. From a pool of evidence from the Smith family, we find that the suspect they reported was wearing a black jacket and beige trousers. Martin Smith gives an EFIT image of the suspect. Martin Smith later sees a TV film of Jerry McCann carrying one of his children and is sure that this is the same man he saw on that evening. This is the story of Smith Man. So we have the EFITs as provided by Martin Smith, who was a witness on that evening, who saw a man walking towards him carrying a child that fit the description of Madeleine McCann, and we'll look at that description a bit later on. So we're going to remove one of these EFITs and just concentrate on one at a time. If we look at this one on the right, and we consider this against a range of photographs of Jerry McCann, we can see the strong similarity between Jerry McCann and this EFIT in circumstances in which Jerry McCann's jaw is compressed. So we can see how Martin Smith might have seen this particular perspective coming towards him, carrying the child on that evening, and he's memorized this and provided an EFIT before he ever knew who Jerry McCann was. Saw him on that night, was asked to provide an EFIT, and that's the EFIT. Now, at a later stage, Martin Smith sees a TV video of Jerry McCann coming down the steps of an aeroplane, returning to the UK, carrying a child. The orientation of him, the way he held his head, and everything about that image struck him as being the person who he saw that evening. So you can imagine Martin Smith seeing this image of Jerry McCann coming down those steps, and that triggered off something in his head about what he'd seen that evening. And he gave evidence stating that he was sure that this was the person that he saw on that night, beyond reasonable doubt. So let's have a look now at the second sharper version, and we'll look at a younger photograph of Jerry McCann with a jaw thrust, and we can see how this thrusting of the jaw creates more of an angular perspective to that jaw. Now we'll look at a video photograph, photo from a video where the jaw line is collapsed, which meets with the rounder face EFIT, and what happens when Jerry McCann thrusts his jaw out. The muscles of the jaw are now extended, and we can see that distinctive line from the ear to the tip of the jaw. So we will put a line in there just under the jawline, just to emphasize what Martin Smith no doubt remembered. And there is the collapsed jaw perspective. In his evidence, Martin Smith stated that he didn't think he would be able to recognize this man if he saw him again, but that's typical of what most of us would say. Most of us are not aware of the particular recall that we have, wherein people seldom forget a face, and we might see somebody somewhere and think, I know that person, and then you try to tap your memory to recall when in the past you actually encountered that person. And this is what has happened in the case of Martin Smith. He has seen the airport photos, and he's had a flashback to that night on the 3rd of May from the video film, tapping his recollection, the way in which Jerry McCann holds the child in the airport, the whole orientation of his body, his demeanour, his face, everything reminds him of that evening, and particularly the EFIT which he gave following that evening. So now, if we look at some of the evidence, we can build upon the close similarity of the EFIT to Jerry McCann and look at some other features of the evidence concerning his clothing. And that clothing was described in the pool of evidence as a black jacket and beige trousers. So What we need to do is to look at some photographs of Jerry McCann and see if this combination is typical of his dress style. And we find that it is. We find several photographs of Jerry McCann wearing a black jacket and beige trousers. So, if we look in detail at the statement of Martin Smith concerning the material of these trousers, it's not a light polyester material he describes here, but he says he was wearing cream or beige coloured cloth trousers. Now this is not a lightweight polyester, it's a cloth material. And we're going to also see how Ether Smith describes these trousers in the same way. His trousers were smooth right along the legs, beige in colour, cotton fabric, thicker than linen, possibly with buttons and without any other decoration. So again, there's an emphasis on the thickness of these beige trousers. And typically we see thick beige trousers associated with buttons. And Ether Smith stated that there were possibly buttons on these trousers. And we see that Jerry McCann has this thick cotton style trouser in his wardrobe with buttons along the side. Further consolidating our evidence, the visual evidence of the facial features and the clothing is now consistent with evidence relating to Jerry McCann. Now, what you must comprehend if you are ever to understand this case is that the EFIT is of one person and not two people. And obviously there has been a misunderstanding from people who have not understood the evidence that was given by Martin Smith of one man with one child. Mary Smith, one man, one child. Ether Smith, one man, one child. Peter Smith, one man, one child. And the children, one man, one child. There was never two people described by Martin Smith or any of his family. There was only ever one person. Because of these police EFITs, there has been confusion by people who have not bothered to even read the evidence of Martin Smith and family. Therefore, they have developed their own ideas about these EFITs, and it has been one of the biggest clickbait stories on the internet, which a lot of people have played around with, had a lot of fun with, and other people have just been sincerely confused. But you can see from the evidence that what we have here is in fact a description of one man showing two facial perspectives. And you can see from these photographs how this came about. Now, when we do recognize somebody that we've seen in the past, it's not just their face that we recognize, it's their gestures. The micro gestures, which everybody has as part of their personality. Everybody has unique body language characteristics. The way they move their head, the neck, their shoulders, the gestures they make. And that all goes into the subconscious. When you see somebody or when you've been speaking to somebody, and then later on you see that same person, you think, I know that person from somewhere. It is the whole range of characteristics which your subconscious is processing. So we're going to see how the face turns from the sharp jawline to more compressed jawline here, and this is what Martin Smith had seen, and we're going to look at this again in slow motion. The sharp side of the face here. As the camera moves forward, we'll see what Martin Smith has also recalled in his subconscious. Turning of the head to the compressed face. There's not a lot more to be said about that, except it proves the point. To the
The only time she was left unattended was when we were at dinner. So if she died then, how could we have disposed or hidden her body, you know, when there was an immediate threat? It's just nonsense.
He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still water. It restores my soul.
So we'll now have a look at the statement of Arlindo Palicia, who was the executive chef of the kitchen. And his evidence reads, when it was around 9:20, he heard some clamour which made him leave toward the restaurant a few meters away, and was then informed that a child had disappeared. Later, at around 9:40, he left the restaurant, passing through the same esplanade where moments before he had seen the same table occupied by 3 couples empty, who had left in the meanwhile various items, principally clothing. He was told by his colleagues that the child who had disappeared was the child of one of those couples. Now, read the first sentence. It refers to the time being 9:20. This is very compelling evidence because we know that Matthew Oldfield was in the McCann apartment around 9:20. And we know from the evidence of Rachel Oldfield, his partner, that he had looked into the McCann's bedroom for Madeleine and found that she was not there. Now, we can now consider this statement of Stephen Carpenter, who knew the McCanns, was a holidaymaker, and he had spoken to the McCanns earlier on that evening. He says between approximately 9:15, 9:15 and 9:30, he left the Tapas bar to go home. He says, we walked across the Mark Warner reception area, and here he is referring to his wife. They both crossed the road and along a semicircular path to return to the apartment. My wife mentioned on the following day that she vaguely remembered someone calling Madeleine, Madeleine. This was after we had crossed the road from the Mark Warner reception, and by this he means the Tapas bar, and before entering our apartment. She does not remember where the sound came from or whether it was an urgent tone, not paying any more attention to it, and only remembered the following day when she heard about Madeleine's disappearance. So the police officer then says, okay, before going on to the next part, do you remember at what time you left? Clearly the police at Leicester in 2008 are putting 2 and 2 together about the timings. We know that he stated he left between 9:15 and 9:30. So now we're going to look at the journey that he and his wife took out of the Tapas restaurant across the road. And they followed this path. And at somewhere on this red line, Mrs. Carpenter heard the word Madeleine being shouted out a number of times. Now we're looking at a journey here. If we assume that it was something that she hears in the distance, probably at the top of this green circular lawn, probably close to home, she hears Madeleine. Again, the time is very compelling. It coincides with all the other witness statements. So let's just have a look at another statement confirming an earlier time. Baron de Wijum, he heard about the news being investigated on the evening of 3rd of May at about 9:30 to 9:40 from a Dutchman, an owner of the Atlantico restaurant, who passed by the witness near the Baptista supermarket in Praia de Luz, and who asked for his help in searching for Madeleine. So he was asked for his help at 9:30. He then went to a place where the events occurred, which was at about 9:45 to 9:50. At this time, various local people at Mark Warner's staff were present. So again, we're seeing a considerable body of circumstantial evidence. By circumstantial, this is a legal term which means the entire body of evidence that we have that is consistent with a particular theme. And the consistent theme here is that this evidence shows us beyond reasonable doubt that Madeleine was found to be missing some 30 to 40 minutes before 10 o'clock. And clearly what the McCanns and their friends have been trying to do is to buy some time to provide an alibi for Jerry McCann at 9:50, where he was seen at 25 de Abril by the Smith family. So we conclude that Madeleine was found missing far earlier than 10 o'clock. Fiona Payne. Fiona Payne's interview in Leicester Police Station in 2008, the detective 1485 asks her. She first said that she's gone. Here the detective is referring to Kate McCann at the time in which she purportedly came down and raised the alarm. The reply from Fiona Payne is, she's gone, emphasizing that she agrees with that statement. The detective says, and then the second time she said, Fiona Payne replies, as we were walking up, they've taken her. So Fiona Payne is saying that she said first she's gone, and then secondly she said they've taken her. At this stage, the detective says, okay, moving on. Kate and Jerry are into tennis, aren't they? Fiona Payne replies, they are. Do you know whether they took their own tennis kit out? Now, this is typical of the way the police shift from the crucial moment of the discovery that Madeleine is gone, and they now are moving to tennis kit, and quite clearly what they've got on their minds is a tennis bag, and they're thinking that the child has been taken out in a tennis bag. Now, if we look at all the questions put to the Tappers 7 in Leicester in 2008, all these blue highlights here is the word tennis, and that is questions and answers relating to tennis. It is one of the most used terms in all of these interviews of the Tappers 7 tennis. So we can see where the police focus is. So we'll see why that is now. So we have Eddie and Martin Grimes in the McCann's bedroom. And he shows the dog where to go, because the dog doesn't know where it needs to go to sniff, and it only picks up the cadaver eye when its nose is pointing in that direction. So what Martin Grimes does is just show the dogs the areas that he thinks that the dog should be sniffing in. And here we'll see the dog in this corner here, and it goes back. Now its nose stops here on the shelf, and then we'll see the reaction of Eddie at this point. So when the dog's nose is on that shelf, that's when it responds to the smell of death, cadaverine. On the right of the photograph here, we have how that cupboard looked on that evening. You can see a bag there, some clothes underneath, and Madeleine's cardigan. This was after Madeleine McCann had disappeared. The police took this photograph. Now, if the theory of the police is that the body was taken out in the bag, how come the bag is back? The reason the bag is back is because the bag was used to convey the body out of the apartment. And I'm going to explain why that was necessary. And then the body was taken out of the bag somewhere on the journey, and he carried it because the weight would have been too heavy for him to make the sort of progress that he wanted to make. And then the bag was recovered from the bushes where it was left, and it was brought back, and there we can see it. So what we're going to do now is we'll look at an extrapolation of that bag and consider the size of that bag. So we can see it there behind the cupboard. We can see how big that bag is likely to have been. And then what we can do is we can rotate Madeleine's cardigan into it to demonstrate her size in relation to this bag. Bear in mind that rigor mortis has not set in at this point, so our little legs can be bent around here. And canvas is flexible. There's enough space in that bag for a 4-year-old child. So now we'll see what happens to that bag. So what we have here is Eddie in the garden underneath the veranda.
Eddie volta a reagir.
We see the dog barking. Martin Grimes stated that the dog barked very fast at that point, but it was a kind of a half-hearted bark, and what that indicates is that there was a very weak presence of cadaverine. And it was weak because Madeleine was in the canvas bag, and the canvas bag was placed on the ground under the veranda. So why was the body taken out with the use of the bag? The reason was that Jerry McCann, being a calculating person, knew that if he came out of the apartment, somebody in the distance may well see him with Madeleine wrapped around his upper part of his body. He did not want to be seen leaving that apartment with Madeleine. And so he put her body in the bag in order that he could come through those doors, and if anybody was looking, he would have the bag down by his side and he would not be seen leaving with a child in his arms. So he will come down those steps and come round. So why does he put the bag down at this point? The reason he puts the bag down is because he's going to put his head out of the gate and look either way. And if anybody is there and is walking over, he doesn't want the bag to be seen. He's hiding it to the side, behind that wall, and when he's certain that the coast is clear, he will go. So, in the simulation, we see Jerry McCann taking a left, but I'm going to explain why he didn't go in that direction. First, let's have a look at the other way of exiting from the apartment. That would be the option of coming around out from the car park. Sod's law at this point, a police car could pull up in that car park, or somebody in the balcony may see him leaving through the car park. And does he really want to be going out into the street with a very large bag at that time of night when there's nobody around? Because Jerry McCann is a man from Glasgow, and he knows that if you're walking around at night in a remote area with a large bag and a police car comes along, then they will stop, roll down their window, and they will start a cozy conversation followed by a question about the bag. So that would be too risky. So instead, he decides to take the internal route, which means going right out of the gate, which puts him on the street for just a few seconds. And then he will divert down the lane and cut through the complex to the other side of town. Now, Martin Smith, in his evidence, states that he is not sure that this suspect is a tourist. And of course, this is very much of an off-season time of year. The suspect he sees has a Mediterranean appearance and is not communicative in the way that tourists often are. You might expect a tourist to stop and give the nod or say hello and have a chat. And Martin Smith is a regular to this area. He owns an apartment there, and he's familiar with the behaviour of tourists and locals are indifferent to tourists, and this suspect was indifferent, did not attempt to communicate. Suspect looks Mediterranean, and Martin Smith describes the child as typically British, having fair hair and white skin, but he does not describe the suspect as being typically British. So, in a subliminal sense, he may well have believed that this actually was a local carrying a British child. Now, if we look at the heritage of Scotland, we see that it has links, ancestral links with the Mediterranean, and looking at the skin of Jerry McCann, it is olive. He has dark hair, and in every way he fits in with the continental appearance. So for these subliminal reasons, it's fair to assume that Martin Smith had some reservations about whether this person was a tourist. And the tourist that Martin Smith is very often used to seeing is a very red-faced person having high-vis shorts and trainers and being gregarious and passing by and saying hello. And this individual just did not meet that profile. So this is a good enough reason to believe that Martin Smith has some reservations about whether this person was or was not a tourist. So I'm going to be looking at what the Tapas 9 are doing in the absence of Jerry McCann a bit later on. But in the meantime, what I want to look at is the route that I believe that Jerry McCann took out of the apartment 5A down to where he was seen by the Smiths. And I believe that he took the garden route. Now we can see the blue dots at the top, and that's on the main road. 1 minute, and you can see the red arrow on the right indicating the internal route, which is the path that runs at the back of the holiday apartments. And he will walk down there, and you can see the red dot at the bottom left. And you can see the red dot at the bottom left by the Pelican Crossing. And he's going to cross over there and wind his way around this route. And you can see on either side that we've got a lot of wasteland here. So this is a back road. And this is 1.7 minutes, which is 130 meters. So this is what I call the red route out of the apartment down to where the Smiths encountered Jerry McCann at 25-day Aberrell Crossing. Peter Smith being at the top of the road, Martin Smith coming up behind him at the bottom, Ether Smith. So Jerry McCann would have eliminated this route because it takes him past the Baptista supermarket and an area where there is a lot of footfall from tourists. This route takes him past a large car park and a very substantial complex of people coming in and out at all times of night, very wide open, very exposed, and not a route of choice for somebody wanting to keep a low profile. So he's going to come over from the internal part of the complex and wind his way around this corner. Bear in mind, we're looking at a 6-minute walk if he was walking casually. Now, you may say, well, why? How does he know? How does he know about these routes? Because when his friends were in beach activities, both the McCanns were running around Praia de Luz because Jerry McCann and Kate McCann are keen runners. Jerry McCann entered competitions from the age of 17. He's a very keen runner, and that's what they would do. And you can imagine them exploring the routes from their apartment down to the beach. And you see a lot of places where you can get a soft drink or a coffee in the afternoon. So that's what they would be doing. So they would cross over. He would cross over from the complex. and wind his way around this route. Now, on the right is a school, but that would be shut at that time of night, and on the left we've got wasteland, and you can see the buildings in the distance. Now he would be coming up to where this grey car is here, and he would take a left around this corner down towards the beach. And again, you can see a lot of bushes and wasteland on the left, buildings in the distance, a large hedge on the right side giving him cover. Now, there is no journey which affords him 100% visual cover. It's kind of the lesser of the evils, really. And so he's chosen this route because it affords him better cover. And as he comes down the bottom of the road, he'll, instead of crossing over the Pelican Crossing directly, he will just go around in a type of a semicircle. And I'm going to be explaining why he does that a little bit later on. So Etha Smith is coming up out of the steps. He's going around the back of her so that she sees him on her left in an oblique view. She is indicated here by the green arrow. She doesn't see where he goes now because he is behind her. And arguably he goes down those steps, or alternatively he will go down to the beach at the other side, but that's more of a public beach, so I doubt that that's a route that he is going to be taking. This is the most likely route. Now here you can see the white sidings, and this is an old video, and it's possible that these white sidings were up on that day at that time, and if so, well, there's an even better reason to take this route. It would be an absolute natural choice. So again, coming where that grey car was, this is it. He's going to take a left here around and go down. You can see the sea between those two buildings there. And Etha Smith described him between a walk and a run. So you can imagine him being desperately frantic here, not wanting to draw attention to himself running, but then being aware that a police car could come up at any time. Therefore, he really needs to move with some pace if he can get away with it. And there we have the steps. This here is a residential area, so this is where the locals are, and at that time of night they're likely to be inside. So you're going to find that these are most likely to be abandoned streets here. And there you have the journey down to the beach. So we are approaching 10 o'clock on the 3rd of May 2007, and the evidence shows that the Smith family encountered an individual walking towards them carrying a child at around 5 to 10 o'clock. And here we see a diagram of the Smith family, and at the top the suspect coming down that road carrying a child who was described as being in a deep sleep. At that same time, coming up Travessa des Escanades is Etha Smith, and when she gets to the top, on her left, approaching her, is Smithman. Now the red arrow here indicates how this person might have come down the middle of the road and gone towards those steps. However, he doesn't appear to go towards those steps. Instead, he goes towards the brown timber door on the right, on that white building, and then cuts a sharp left. So that when Etha Smith comes onto the sidewalk, Smithman is approaching her on her left. Now, you can see by this red line, it indicates what would be the logical trajectory if that person was intending going down those steps, more or less over the Pelican Crossing. It may well be the case that Jerry McCann, at this point, has decided that he wants to go around the back so that he doesn't confront Etha Smith face to face. So he takes this roundabout crossing of the road so that by the time she crosses over, he is now behind her. So Ethan Smith describes this suspect being about 2 meters away from her as she's crossing over, which now gives her more of an oblique sideways angle of visibility rather than the face-to-face visibility. And at this point, because she's sideways on, she picks up what she believes are buttons on the side of his beige trousers. Now, in part 6, we saw that Jerry McCann owns a pair of trousers as described by Ethan Smith, beige trousers with buttons along the side. And the police had photographed later on in the evening, when Madeleine had been reported missing, a pair of beige trousers roughly discarded on the bed. Now, this may or may not be those trousers. However, one might ask the question, why would he leave them in such a conspicuous place? The answer to that could well be that he did not realize the significance of the buttons on those trousers in terms of circumstantial evidence in the frantic state that he was in when he returned from the beach. Now, we see later on that Jerry McCann is wearing a pair of blue track trousers. Kate McCann in a stripy pink top with a brown skirt, both wearing similar type of track top. And later on, when they make their appeal to the world, it's as if they have been stage managed in terms of their clothing. When we look at the similarity of the style of clothing, it's a kind of brand of unity that we see. And this may indicate that they were contacted very early by people in the government. Now, when we look at the questions put to Diane Webster, we do not see any questions concerning what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing in the tapas bar that night. In regard to Jane Tanner's statement, no question about the clothing of Jerry McCann. Russell O'Brien, no questions about the clothing of Jerry McCann. Fiona Payne, no questions about what Jerry McCann was wearing. David Payne, arguably Jerry McCann's best friend, no questions asking him what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing in the tapas bar that evening. No questions to Rachel Oldfield about what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing. No questions put to Matthew Oldfield in his interview about what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing. Despite the fact that Stephen Carpenter had spoken to Jerry McCann in the tapas bar early on that evening, no questions were put to Stephen Carpenter concerning what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing.
Chief Inspector Gonzalo Amaral was in charge of the investigation at the time. He was taken off the case after accusing the McCanns of involvement in Madeleine's disappearance. He's now being sued by them for libel. However, he told me the sighting was one of the best leads and was missed. He says the child may well have been Madeleine.
Every one of us on the investigation found that lead important, as we see now that it is.
But if everybody thought it was so important, why was the sighting not properly pursued?
When I left investigation in Portimão, there was a gap, and the man who came to replace me discarded that hypothesis. He didn't want to follow that lead.
Now, given that Gonzalo Amaral and the police had decided that this Smith man was the prime suspect, and also in the records we find that Scotland Yard also believed that Smith man was the prime suspect, and they were well aware that Martin Smith had said he believed this was Jerry McCann. Also, Mary Smith had made the same statement, and Ethan Smith had described very distinctive beige trousers with buttons, and the Smith family had described beige trousers. Why was it that no questions were put to the Tapper 7 friends or Stephen Carpenter, or anybody for that matter, concerning what clothing Jerry McCann was wearing?
been watching us over a matter of days, I'm sure. You know, they know, you know, they must have known, you know, that Jerry had just been into the apartment, and then, you're right, there was only a small window of opportunity, but, you know, into the apartment, and then.
If we now come to the dog's evidence, let's just briefly review that, because these dogs, by the way, with a 100% record of successfully alerting to a corpse, are called in for a very specific reason, and that is to locate where a corpse has been. And if they find the scent of a corpse, it can only be where a corpse has lain. And also, as you probably know, that corpse can only have been dead for about 2 hours or longer before that particular scent is available to the dogs.
So I'm going to read now from one of Tony Bennett's publications. Paragraph 2, I quote, "That means a corpse must have been dead for approximately 2 hours in order for cadaverine to have been produced," end quote. Now, if this is true, it puts Gonzalo Amaral's theory in big trouble, because he theorizes that Madeleine McCann went to the window in the apartment because she heard her father's distinctive voice outside the apartment speaking to Jez Wilkins. She climbed up on the sofa and attempted to get to the window ledge and fell. Or she was on the window ledge and fell from there. Any number of permutations. Now, Gonzalo Amaral also links the sighting of Smithman with Jerry McCann. So we can look at the time clock now and see that the red line on this clock indicates the time in which Jerry McCann likely left that apartment if he was going to arrive on 25 de Abril, where the Smiths saw him around 10 o'clock. This means that if Matthew Oldfield was in the apartment around 9:30, we can expect that the body of Madeleine McCann only lay behind that sofa for 30 to 40 minutes. So this means, if we are to follow the theory of Tony Bennett, that Gonzalo Amaral's theory just doesn't work. So where did Tony Bennett get this 2-hour period for the development of cadaverine? It seems likely that he got it from the forums, because at that time there was somebody professing to be an expert on the forums saying that the development of cadaverine takes 2 hours. However, myself, knowing with 100% certainty that Amaral was right and that Jerry McCann was Smithman, and believing that his theory that she fell at that moment, I knew that Tony Bennett was wrong. And so in 2017, I spoke with some of the UK's leading forensic scientists who had carried out research in cadaverine. And I put the question to them, how long does it take for cadaverine to produce in a corpse? And I was told there was no fixed established period for the development of cadaverine, so that a 90-minute or 2-hour period to start was just totally incorrect. I was told that it depends upon environmental conditions and it can vary greatly. I was told that cadaverine accelerates in a child's body as opposed to an adult's larger body. So I put the question, would it therefore be possible for cadaverine to be produced in a corpse after 30 minutes. I was told that there was nothing in the research to argue that that could not be possible. The answer was therefore yes. The body could have been lying behind the sofa for 30 to 40 minutes and could have produced cadaverine. So, at 9:05, Madeleine has the accident, falls from the sofa and she dies. The half circular in light grey indicates the acceptable time to develop cadaverine. We may assume that somewhere after 30 minutes the body may have been removed to the centre of the room. In any event, a period would take place where Jerry McCann would have diagnosed the death. Now, Jerry McCann is a cardiologist, a heart specialist, and he also has a qualification in sports medicine. For him, he would be able to diagnose the death within 60 seconds. So this won't take any amount of time. There will be a small degree of blood around if it's a head trauma. So there'll be a process of cleaning and then placing the body in a bag to be carried out of the apartment. So there's plenty of time there. There's a clear 15 minutes to do that. There then is 5 minutes making a decision about which direction to go within that 5 minutes. And then going down into the garden. The red line indicates just about 9:50 p.m. Jerry McCann will leave the garden and make his way down to the beach, which, as we know, is about a 6-minute journey. The green dot there indicates that Jerry McCann is seen by the Smith family. So we have more or less an hour of activity here from just after 9 o'clock when Jerry McCann was speaking to Jez Wilkins, and Amaral has theorised that at this time Madeleine fell and that's when the death occurred. 30 minutes for the development of cadaverine, 15 minutes which includes diagnosing the death, cleaning the body and placing the body in a bag. 5 minutes to consider which way to go out of the apartment. The red line indicates leaving the garden with the bag, and the green dot indicates that Jerry McCann has been seen just about 5 minutes to the hour, 9:55 by the Smith family. Everything in Amaral's theory is possible within this schematic. So, in Tony Bennett's document, he states the Madeleine Foundation's view on what really happened to Madeleine is precisely the same as the view held by the senior Portuguese detective who initially led the complex investigation, Mr. Gonçalo Amaral. Well, in fact, that cannot be the case, because in Tony Bennett's theory, Madeleine would have had to have died at the latest at 7:30 p.m. to have been lying behind the sofa for 2 hours, to then have been taken down to the beach at about 9:45 to 9:50, where he
Jerry McCann was seen by the Smith family. Now, if we consider that Madeleine died at 7:30, that raises a completely different theory. Now, looking at Tony Bennett's document, he doesn't assert any theories here. He just generally covers 60 objections to the McCann case. I've appraised this document generally, and I find it to be admirable in so much as it reflects the mainstream thought among sensible people nowadays. So the objections that Tony Bennett has raised are, as far as I can see, plausible, and therefore the one assertion about the cadaver iron and the second assertion about his theories being the same as Amaral are actually incorrect, but that's the only part of it which is incorrect. Now, it is kind of a common human thing to believe that if somebody's wrong about one thing, then we need to question their credibility about other things they say. That in fact is not logical, but that's the way people subjectively think. It doesn't mean that his 60 reasons are invalid, because they are good reasons, and as I say, they are now mainstream thought. It just means a case of having to go back to the drawing board in terms of understanding the case. I will note that this document claims to have been produced in October 2008. We've now had over a decade to be able to reconsider things. So given that it was made in 2008, it's quite remarkable in its accuracy. But the fact of the matter is that the cadaver iron information here is not correct. And that's a fundamental point in the case. And unless we understand professional opinion in regard to this cadaver iron, we're going to be thrown right off in terms of being able to understand the entire scope of the case.
I did my check about 10 o'clock and went in through the sliding patio doors, and I just stood actually, and I thought, oh, all quiet. And to be honest, I might have been tempted to turn around then, but I just noticed that the door, the bedroom door where the 3 children were sleeping, was open much further than we'd left it. I went to close it to about here, and then as I got to here, it suddenly slammed. And then as I opened it, it was then that I just thought, I'll just look at the children. So at 10 o'clock, I got up to do the next check. I'd finished eating them, so I headed back to the apartment, the usual route. And I just stopped and listened in the living area for a bit, and it was all quiet. But it just caught my eye that the children's door was quite far open, and at that point I thought it must have been when Matt checked and he's left it open, and as I was just drawing it over, it was like it had been caught by a draft, and it just kind of slammed shut. And it was only at that point really that I kind of, as I opened it a bit, I kind of looked into the room, and I guess I was looking at Madeleine's bed, and I couldn't make her out. And then I realised actually she's not in that bed. And I thought, oh, I wonder if she's woken up, gone through to our bed. She wasn't in our bed. And that was the first time where I guess, you know, a panic kicked in. And it was literally at that point, the curtains that were closed just kind of whoosh. And then I could see that the window being pushed right over and the shutters were up.
We see here that Kate McCann has made up a story, and we know it's made up for the following reasons. What we see here is that Kate McCann has her hand on the door smashes backwards on her, rocking her backward. Now, what would be the first thing that a person would do in a situation like that? Well, let's see what she says she did.
And then as I opened it, it was then that I just thought, I'll just look at the children.
Kate McCann casually looks down at the bed and says that she was trying to make out whether she could see Madeleine there because it was dark. Now ask yourself, what would you do if a door slammed shut in a situation like that? What's the first thing you would do? The first thing you would do would be to try and determine what force of nature shut that door on you to make you stagger back. It could either be a person pushing that door, or it could be a very strong draft coming in through the window. But Kate McCann doesn't have that consideration or thought. Now, Kate McCann is a doctor, therefore she has a science qualification, and she must understand something about physics, and she must understand that an object does not move on its own. The first thing that anybody would do in that situation is try and find out if there was somebody behind the door who pushed the door in, or whether the window was open. In Matthew Oldfield's evidence given to the Portuguese police in 2007, he states, at around 10 p.m, Kate, Madeleine's mother, went to her apartment to check on her children. She came back totally shocked, shouting, saying that Madeleine was no longer in her bedroom. At that time, all the adults were in the restaurant. Then, the whole group went to Madeleine's bedroom and checked that the twins were sleeping okay, that there was no sign of a burglary in the apartment. Only one window in the children's bedroom was open. The window was open and the respective shutter. In the evidence of Jane Tanner given to the Portuguese police in 2007, she offered no evidence that the window or the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. She offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. In the evidence of Rachel Oldfield given to the Portuguese police in 2007, she offered no evidence that the window or the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. She offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. In the evidence of Russell O'Brien, given to the Portuguese police in 2007, he offered no evidence that the window or the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. He offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. In the evidence of David Payne, given to the Portuguese police in 2007, he offered no evidence that the window or the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. He offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. In the evidence of Fiona Payne, given to the Portuguese police in 2007, she offered no evidence that the window or the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. She offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. In the evidence of Diane Webster given to the Portuguese police in 2007, she offered no evidence that the windows or the shutter were open in the bedroom at that time. She offered no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. As we have seen, Matthew Oldfield is the only member of the Tappers 7 to give evidence that the window and the shutters were open in the bedroom at that time. Matthew Oldfield offers no evidence that Jerry McCann was in the apartment at that time. So let's see what Matthew Oldfield has to say 1 year later in 2008 in the stark reality of Leicester Police Station. Here his story changes dramatically. He states, James said the shutters are up. And you know, we sort of scarpered it. And Dave and Russell were just running off. So the truth of the matter is that Matthew Oldfield never had view of the windows in that bedroom. He learned about the status of the shutters from Jane Tanner. And as it happens, Jane Tanner learned about the status of the shutters from Kate McCann. In fact, in Matthew Oldfield's statement in 2008, he denied ever going into the apartment at that time. Clearly, Matthew Oldfield has attempted to be deceptive in his statement to the Portuguese police in 2007. The evidence shows that the only person to claim that the window was open in that bedroom in 2007, in fact, never went into that bedroom at all.
Fiona Payne is asked about the shutters in Madeleine's bedroom. Did you see the shutters open or did you see them closed? Fiona Payne says, I did not see them. In describing what she saw in the bedroom, Fiona Payne says she looked behind the curtains and that she was trying to ascertain how Madeleine could have got out. Clearly then, if Fiona Payne is looking behind the curtains, there was no open window at this point in time. Fiona Payne says that she wanted to see if Madeleine could have physically raised the shutters. But she says because the twins were asleep, that she did not try to open the shutters in that room. Again, emphasizing the fact that those shutters were down. What transpires is that in Fiona Payne's evidence, she describes attempting to raise the shutters, but not in Madeleine's bedroom or outside Madeleine's bedroom, but at the back of the apartment. So Fiona Payne did not go to the front outside Madeleine's bedroom to try the shutters. She instead went to the back of the apartment to try the shutters at the back. It is clear then that there was no open window nor open shutter in Madeleine's room at that point. But Fiona Payne's next statement shows us that at that time, Kate McCann had not even suggested that the window was open or that Madeleine had been abducted. In a reference to what Kate McCann had said, Fiona Payne says, they've taken her and she did say those things, but they were, you know, later, as far as I'm aware. I didn't hear anything suggesting anyone had taken her at that point. And initially, you know, the hope and the automatic response was that she has wandered away. Pretty soon after, I was hearing the words, you know, they've taken her, and that the window was open, the shutter was open, and all that implied, but those weren't her first words, and her first implication wasn't that. This evidence shows us that the window and shutters in Madeleine's bedroom were not open at this time, and that Kate McCann later evolved a story that the window in Madeleine's bedroom had been jemmied open and that she had been taken through that window. This also tells us something dramatic about when Madeleine died. Had Madeleine died the day before or on the Sunday, as some pundits have claimed, then Kate McCann would have prepared a story that was not the fudge that we see here. If there had been time for a preparation, the window and the shutters would have been wide open, and the Tapper 7 would have been marched into that bedroom to examine the open window and the jemmied shutters, inside and outside. Since there was no seamless preparation, we know that Madeleine died in that apartment in circumstances that were frantic and which promoted panic, leaving no time to create a story about how Madeleine could have got out of that apartment.
Madeleine's been taken. She just wouldn't wander off. And when Kate went back to check, half an hour after Jerry had checked, Madeleine was missing. The window was open, the shutters were up, none of that had been left like that.
There was no evidence of a break-in. But I'm not going to go into the detail. I can tell you off camera, but I'm not going to go into the detail on camera.
Is there any glimmer of light? Is there any clue, any particular avenue that you're following, any country that you're focusing on?
No, and I think that's been one of the difficulties that we've had. There's never been a single piece of information where we thought, right, that's it, we need to follow it. There's never been a single piece of information where we thought, right, that's it, we need to follow it.
Kate McCann looked shocked when Jerry denies that he does not believe there is a significant suspect in the case. Kate is shocked because they are on a tour promoting Kate's book, Madeleine, in which the prime suspect is Tannerman. Tannerman being the Jane Tanner sighting of a man walking away from the apartment at approximately 9:15 carrying a child. Kate is shocked and looks at Jerry. Jerry looks away. What Kate does not know is that Jerry has plan A and plan B. Plan A is Jerry and Kate plan, but plan B is Jerry plan. Jerry knows who Tannerman is. He also knows there is a conspiracy at the heart of the sighting that he wishes to distance himself from. Kate is shocked because she realizes that Jerry is pulling away from the conspiracy. Later, Jerry does his PR piece about Tannerman, holding up the book, showing the photograph, to mollify Kate. But if the house of cards collapses one day, Jerry will claim that he was following Kate's instructions and that he himself had nothing to do with the conspiracy.
One of the most pivotal events on the timeline was Jane Tanner's sighting of a man carrying a child.
He was walking in this spot just meters from where Madeleine had been sleeping. This man was widely thought to be Madeleine's abductor, but the team was taking nothing for granted.
One of the things that we picked up very quickly was the fact that there was a night crash that was operating from the main Ocean Club reception, and 8 families had left 11 children in there, and one particular family we spoke to gave us information that was really interesting and exciting. In fact, I would say it was a revelation moment when, having discussed with them what they were doing on the night, they themselves believed that they could be the Tanner sighting. Having discussed with them what they were doing on the night, they themselves believed that they could be the Tanner sighting.
The British father had collected his 2-year-old daughter from the crash. He had been walking near the McCann's apartment. This is the actual photograph taken by Metropolitan Police officers of the man dressed in the kind of clothes he wore on holiday. This image was compared to the artist's impression.
It is uncannily similar, and we know the pyjamas that their child was wearing, that it is, again, uncannily striking. It is uncannily similar, and we know the pyjamas that their child was wearing, that it is, again, uncannily striking the similarity.
So what you're saying is that the timeline that everyone was working on for years in this case was wrong?
We're almost certain now that this sighting is not the abductor.
So this week there was a dramatic turn of events in this case, when, at least on the internet, the tabloids published this photograph of Julian Topman, and he was the person who is talked about by DC Andy Redwood. Now, when his name surfaced, every journalist and his dog ploughed into the PJ files, the police files, to drag out any document that had his name on it. And so we will see now some of the Mark Warner documents. This is guest list 3, and you can see here Mr. J. Topman, Mrs. R. Topman, the children Master W. Topman, and Miss L. Topman. Now this is the Mark Warner Blue Sky Tour property arrival list. And on this list we can see the family here, and at the bottom we see that the children are split into two distinct clubs, and the toddler 2 club and the mini club, because they have different ages. So we can see by this why he would be coming back and carrying one child. And here we see his apartment, Topman at the top there, G4M and G5A, the McCann apartment. So G4M is located, as we'll see in this photograph now, just to the left of the McCann block. So that's the Julian Topman family block, and that's the McCann block. Now we see the creche on the right, where he was carrying his child home from, and if he goes down towards the supermarket and around, obviously that cannot be Tannerman, because we're looking for somebody crossing the junction. However, what we see here is a cut through next to the creche, and that cut through, we will see, if we look on the extreme right now, we see the red line going up, and then we'll see that red line going left, and that allows him to cross over that junction to be seen by Jane Tanner. And as he reaches the top, second red line left goes down there, and we see those green markers there in the distance, and behind them is the McCann block. So he will just walk over the junction and over to his block. Now as he crosses that junction, there we see Jane Tanner represented as a green dot, and the blue dot is Jez Wilkins and Jerry McCann, and she comes out the tapas bar looking for Jerry because Kate said he must be watching the football. And at that moment she sees this man walking across, and so that red dot there represents Julian Topman going in that direction. Of course, Jane Tanner describes him going in the other direction, and we're now going to explore that idea. So the blue dot at the bottom right of the screen is the creche. Julian Topman follows the red line around and crosses a junction where he is seen by Jane Tanner. On the extreme left we see the arrow pointing to his apartment block. Now there are some cut-through options going left and then right again, but if you add those 2 red lines up, they are equal to the external line, so there's no saving in time. You might as well just follow the simple linear route around. So this is what Jane Tanner sees at around 9:15. She is represented by the green dot outside the Ocean Club exit, and she's coming to see why Jerry is late on behalf of Kate McCann, because she said he must be watching the football. She sees Jerry McCann speaking to Jez Wilkins, and then she goes back into the bar and tells Kate McCann. So she explains in her evidence later on that the man was walking away from the apartment carrying a child. Now, we do know from the Crime Watch narrator when he says that a man was collecting his daughter from the creche when he was seen passing the McCann's apartment. He doesn't say he was going to collect his daughter. Now, if he was going to collect his daughter, this is what Jane Tanner would have seen. She would have seen the man walking by without the child in his arms. But if we follow what the Crime Watch narrator says, he is suggesting that he had collected his daughter already.
The British father had collected his 2-year-old daughter from the creche.
These are actually Amelie's pyjamas. They're the same, but obviously they're smaller. The top is a pink top, and it has the character Eeyore on and short sleeves. And the bottoms, as you can see, are white with a small floral pattern, and Eeyore again on the bottom right of the leg. So these are actually, apart from the size and the button at the back, which Madeleine's doesn't have, these are actually the pyjamas that Madeleine was wearing when she was taken.
So the McCanns hold up the pyjamas that they say Madeleine was wearing on that evening. And these are Amelie's pyjamas, Madeleine's 2-year-old sister. And the McCanns are saying that Madeleine had a similar pair of pyjamas. And we can see that these pyjamas have frills on the bottom of the leggings. And we do know that Jane Tanner gave a description of a person she said was walking away from the apartment on that evening carrying a child who was wearing pyjamas. And here we have that illustration, and we can see these pyjamas that are consistent with those that were held up by the McCanns, and we can see the frills on the ankle. So we'll have a look at Jane Tanner's statements and see how this artist's illustration came about based upon the evidence of Jane Tanner. So in the 4th of May statement, meanwhile a man appeared carrying a child with a hurried walk. It being this detail, together with the fact that the child dressed in pyjamas without being wrapped up in a blanket, that caught her attention. So there is no mention of the frills in the statement on the 4th of May. Jane Tanner's statement on the 10th of May. The child was in the man's arms with her legs in Jane Tanner's direction and not wearing shoes. Jane Tanner believed it was a girl, therefore her pyjamas were light-coloured pink. She did not see the colour of her hair. She did not see her move or make a sound. She believed she was asleep. Again, no reference to the pyjamas with the frills. So in 2008, Jane Tanner is asked, and when you noticed the detail, was it in any colour? Jane Tanner replies, I didn't know. I thought there was a sort of pink flowery bit on it, but no, I mean the actual frill itself, or turn up, as I thought it was. I couldn't think of the colour, but I thought there was pink, sort of flowery and sort of like linny bits on the bottom. So it hasn't escaped the detective's attention in Leicester in 2008 that Jane Tanner is now talking about frills and turn-ups on the pyjamas, which were not mentioned in the 4th and the 10th statements. When questioned about this, Jane Tanner replies, I didn't think the turn-up bit had gone into this description, but I said in the second interview about the turn-ups. In fact, the evidence shows that Jane Tanner did not mention the frills, the turn-ups, in the statement on the 4th, and she didn't mention the frills and the turn-ups in the statement of the 10th. Jane Tanner would be asked to read the statement, and she would be asked before she signed the statement if there was any other information she could add that would help the inquiry. That being done, she would then be asked to sign the statement. Jane Tanner has read her statement and signed it, and in both of the statements, on the 4th and the 10th, she has not mentioned the frills on the pyjamas. So more questions are put to Jane Tanner about the pyjamas, and she replies, well, I don't know. That is the one I don't know. Maybe that was power of suggestion, but I thought I saw a pattern on the bottom with a turn-up. And a turn-up, I mean, I can't stress this enough. That is the bit that makes me think so much that it is the same pyjamas. Well, we can see that the detective here has formed an understanding of what's happened here, because we see this wording by Jane Tanner, the power of suggestion, because the detective has just put it to her that since she's not certain, and she keeps saying she doesn't know or she's not sure, that maybe that the frills, the turn-ups, was owing to the power of suggestion. And by that she is implying that somebody has suggested to Jane Tanner about these frills. Now, going back to the 10th of May 2007, the evidence says subsequently she had no doubts that it could have been Madeleine Beth McCann, because through conversations with Fiona Payne, in which Fiona Payne described the pyjamas that Madeleine Beth McCann had worn that night, which coincide with those she had seen. So clearly Fiona Payne has given Jane Tanner some information about these pyjamas, describing them. And Jane Tanner has responded and said, yes, well, your description of these pyjamas coincides with those that I've seen. So, apparently, in 2007, in May, everybody was talking about what they'd seen in great detail. And Jane Tanner says that she was told by Fiona Payne about the pyjamas and she agreed that they were the same ones that she saw. So now the police want to find out what Rachel Oldfield has to say about what Jane Tanner said back then in 2007. So in 2008, they asked Rachel Oldfield about what Jane Tanner knew about these pyjamas. So the question is put to Rachel Oldfield, but she didn't describe the pyjamas to yourself on the evening. Rachel Oldfield replies, on the night, no. We just talked about the man and what he was wearing and the fact that he was carrying a child. That was just in pyjamas, with no blanket. So if we review the evidence now, we've got the 4th of May 2007, the first interview. Pyjamas are mentioned, but no colour and no frills. On the 10th of May, the pyjamas are described as light pink, no frills. And in April 2008, the pyjamas are now described as whitey with frills and linear bits. And in 2008, that description coincides with the McCann pyjamas shown in June 2007. So 1 month after Madeleine disappeared, we have the pyjamas, but it's not until the interview in 2008 that Jane Tanner mentions these frills. Now the Tanner Man illustration was released in October 2007. So Jane Tanner has changed her statement to include the frills, and she would have done that either in June or from June until October, which is the 4-month period. And we have to ask ourselves, why was this illustration drawn in October 2007, 5 months after Jane Tanner had given evidence which didn't include the frills? This illustration has been introduced several months later to correspond with the pyjamas that the McCanns have now decided they're going to claim were the pyjamas Madeleine wore. However, if this artist's impression had been taken on the 4th of May, on the 10th of May, it would not include the frills. Jane Tanner has a strategy with her evidence, and that is to make decisive statements that she believes she is slipping under the radar, and at other times to stress an uncertainty of mind, stating that she's not quite sure, she might have been wrong, maybe that she didn't see quite clearly because of the light at that time of night. This is a strategy which is intended to cover her, to be a port in the storm in case she is accused of making up her evidence. She believes that she can now fall back on statements she's made saying she's not quite certain about this evidence. Yet at the same time, she puts the evidence forward in a convincing and demanding way. This is Jane Tanner's strategy. So, just to recap and look at the development of this conspiracy, we see on the 4th of May the pyjamas are described with no reference to colour or frills or any attachments or any definition. By the 10th of May, she introduces the colour pink because she wants to show that there should be no doubt that that child that she claims was being carried away from that apartment was actually a girl and not a boy. So at a later stage, she now makes his transition from pyjamas that are light pink with no frills to whitey pyjamas with frills. And the reason for this is that after the 10th of May, McCann had decided to produce Amelie's pyjamas to represent the kind of pyjamas that Madeleine was wearing, and they had a frill on them. And of course that posed a problem for Jane Tanner's evidence because she hadn't described a frill in the early stages. Not only that, the pyjamas that the McCanns had opted for were actually somewhat whitey. So she now had to move again from a description of light pink to whitey pyjamas, stating that there was an element of pink there. And then she stuck in the idea of the frills. So this is why her evidence is rambling and indecisive, because she's trying to hide this change of direction in the description and justify why she didn't mention it in the first place. But what it shows is how the conspiracy developed. And it's likely that the McCanns had not chosen those pyjamas to signify what Madeleine was wearing until sometime after the 10th of May. So if they were shown in the Netherlands, as we see in this photograph here, at this meeting, at this conference, 1 month later, it's in that period, after the 10th, till June 2007, that Jane Tanner and Kate McCann have got together to evolve this conspiracy. And that is typical of how conspiracies work. People become what they call revisionists of history. They revise history, they backdate information. And so Jane Tanner's involved in a process of trying to backdate the information on the 4th and the 10th to include the frills, because the frills weren't decided upon, and the pyjamas weren't decided upon until somewhat later. And this is what we see when people weave a web of deception. Eventually, the lies will catch them up. Now, Jeremy Wilkins was asked by the Portuguese police if he could describe the lighting conditions just after 9 o'clock. And he described the lighting conditions as being in dusk. And we can see from this illustration here that in Priodolas, just after 9 o'clock, we're in a lighting condition of nautical twilight. And that means that the reconstructions that we've showing Priodolas being plunged in darkness is totally incorrect, because in fact it was at dusk, and that has considerable ramifications for visibility. Now, if you look at this photograph here, and we imagine Jane Tanner standing just outside the Ocean Club Tapas Bar and then looking up the road, this is about 50 meters. And there has been a mistake where people have assessed the potential visibility that Jane Tanner would have based upon the photographs of Google Maps. Now, Google Maps was upgraded in 2017 to 20 megapixels, but the human eye has been described as having a capability of 575 megapixels or 362 megapixels. And while it's hotly disputed by the photography world, we can safely say that the human eye is as equally as good as the highest specification camera in the world, which is currently around 50 megapixels. So a 50 megapixel camera with a world-class lens is going to cost you a few £1,000s, and the human eye has that capability, and the human eye has a tremendous capability to be able to pick out colours at a distance. Now, if we look at this photograph here of the carriageway and the cars, the red line going across at the front of the photograph is approximately 50 meters, and that would be the end of that road that Jane Tanner was looking up at. And we could see the yellow registration plates at that distance. However, unlike this photograph, which is no more than probably about 5 or 10 megapixels, if we consider the furthest red line at the back, this is somewhere in exceeding 200 meters. The human eye can pick out a yellow registration plate at 200 meters. So it has no problem picking out dense colors at 50 meters. And if we look at this photograph here, again we see these runners here, and we can see all those colors beyond. And again, this is about a 5-10 megapixel photograph, which is blurred. The human eye has no problem picking out distinctive orange colors and yellow colors and red colors and high-vis colors at considerable distances. So we have to ask ourselves, would Jane Tanner in nautical twilight 50 meters away be able to see the frills on the bottom of pajamas? Well, that is unlikely because it is a white frill on a white background, and at 50 meters in nautical twilight it's highly unlikely you're going to be able to see that. However, Jane Tanner states that she was right up here, and that's why she said she had much better visibility. She had very close proximity to the suspect walking away, and she stated she was able to see those frills from there. And so you can see here, if we look at this photograph here, with the red arrow pointing down, that's where Jane Tanner was standing when she was walking up the hill towards the junction. So she is no more than a couple of meters, 2-3 meters away from the end of the road when she sees the person crossing over. Now, at a resolution of 50 megapixels, can Jane Tanner see pajamas with frills at that range? Well, it's highly likely that even in nautical twilight, that with the capability of the eye, she might be able to see frills on the bottom. Bear in mind, there's no contrast here. You've got white frills on white pajamas, or what she called linny bits. So essentially, if she's talking about bits, then she's stating that she can see the bits of linen which form the frills. Now, she most definitely, at this range, would be able to pick out dense colours. And we've already had a look at the capability of the human eye in terms of the distance that the human eye can pick up dense colours, such as yellow registration plates or the clothing of runners. Vivid, dense colours. The human eye would easily be able to pick those out, even in nautical twilight. Even if the colours were subdued, the human eye would make out colour at a darker resolution than would normally be the case in light, simply because there's less photons to bounce back into the eye. When there's less photons available to bounce back into the eye because there's not so much light, then you get a darker colour. So a bright yellow would look like a much darker yellow, a red would look like a darker red, an orange would look like a darker orange, but they'd still have a distinctive solid colour nature to them that would be picked out easily at that distance by the human eye.
So what we can say about Jane Tanner's claim to be that close, that she can see what she calls linny bits on the bottom of the pajamas, which essentially are white frills on a white pajama. If she could see that, she most definitely could have seen the bright orange, definitely could have seen the orange bands on the bottom of the child's pajamas. And the photograph that we see here on the right is in fact the pajamas that that child was wearing on that night. Those pajamas are the pajamas of Julian Topman's child, who he was bringing back from the creche. If Jane Tanner saw anything on that night, she could not have seen white frilly bits on white pajamas, because those pajamas are blue. And in a darker resolution, that blue would be darker than we see here. Therefore, the only thing that Jane Tanner could have seen was blue pajamas with orange ankle bands, completely different from the white pajamas demonstrated by the McCanns. and which Jane Tanner attempted to pass off as the pyjamas of that child. The fact of the matter is, Jane Tanner was lying. She was lying about the pyjamas, and she was also lying about the direction that Julian Topman was walking in. Because Jane Tanner knew about the creche, she also knew about the cut-through. Because in 2008 she was asked by the detective in Leicester whether she was aware of the cut-through. She agreed that she knew about that cut-through, and also that that cut-through was used by the residents of those two blocks to take their children down to the creche and to bring them back. Jane Tanner simply fabricated part of that story in league with Kate McCann. Jane Tanner had claimed to have left the tapas bar to check her children, and she claimed that her journey was walking out of the tapas bar doors, turning left and going directly up the hill. Now, during this walk, just after 9 o'clock, she states that she walked past Jez Wilkins and Jerry McCann. However, neither of the men in their statements say that they saw Jane Tanner. Gonzalo Amaral knew that Jane Tanner was lying. In Leicester in 2008, the detective asked Jane Tanner a question about that journey. She asked her about the hill. Jane Tanner replies, I think I was nearing the top of the road. It's a bit of a, I'm trying to think how, but I can't really remember how much of a hill it is, but it is definitely a hill going up there. Well, if Jane Tanner was going up that hill every night to check on her children on that holiday, she would be very familiar with the gradient on that hill and how exerting it was. Seems to be that Jane Tanner was very vague about that hill. And so the detective in 2008 in Leicester asked Jane Tanner about which apartment she's in. She says, okay, so you've established which apartment you're staying in. Jane Tanner replies, The detective says, which apartment was that, by the way? Jane Tanner is hesitant. 5D. The detective says, okay. Jane Tanner says, does that sound right? I think it was 5D. Yeah, it was definitely D. I think it was 5. Yeah, no. It was 5. The detective must have found it hard to conceal her glee at this point. Jane Tanner had fallen exactly into the trap that she had set for her. Not only is she uncertain about the gradient of that hill, she's also uncertain about which apartment she's in. Any mother would know exactly what apartment her children were in. This tells us that Jane Tanner seldom went to the front unless it was with her partner Russell, who knew exactly what the apartment was and held the keys. Jane Tanner seldom went up that hill because she took her children down the cut, down the side that we've seen in regard to Julian Topman. She very seldom walked up that hill. In fact, she walked out the tapas bar and took a left down the back alleyway when she was participating in the listening system. And when she returned to the front, she returned with Russell. That's why she was obscure and not certain. Amaral theorized that just before Jerry McCann left his apartment, that Jane Tanner had walked down the back alley to check her children, going up and listening at the back. According to Amaral, she then came back, passing Jerry McCann and Jez Wilkins on the corner, and they didn't see her taking that
corner as she walked briskly around. However, there's a bit of a problem in that theory, since Jane Tanner states that she was wearing flip-flops that night. Since Jez Wilkins stated that he was down towards that alleyway, it seems highly unlikely that Jane Tanner would walk by with flip-flops and not be noticed walking down to the reception. Now, Gonzalo Amaral didn't have the benefit of a statement made by Jane Tanner in 2008, and she was talking about the method, how she walked up. She says, I was just walking up, I was like just sort of on not on a mission. She stops herself, and in fact she's so clumsy in stopping herself that she includes the words that she was trying to avoid saying, which was mission. She was saying, I was like just sort of on a mission, but she realized at that point that she would have to explain what that mission was. What Jane Tanner did, in fact, was to come out looking for Jerry on behalf of Kate McCann. She saw Jerry speaking to Jez Wilkins, then went right back to the tapas bar and continued drinking and chatting. But what was the mission about? The mission was that Kate McCann was worried about Najua Chakana, who was the Ocean Club aerobics instructor and who was a friend of the girls in the creche. Jerry had invited her to his table and was flirting with her. Kate was infuriated, but she had her eye on Miss Chakaya, and she believed that Jerry would take an opportunity before the end of the holiday to get a lot more familiar with the aerobics instructor. It is the seventh and last interview of the day, when the detective commences another interview concerning a statement that had been submitted by Jane Tanner following her interviews of the 4th and 10th, a written statement given to the police. The detective, who seems to have been taken aback by this evidence, asks, and who did that? Jane Tanner replies, I think it was Dave's initial idea. Or I don't know whether, I think Dave sort of said, and then we borrowed a computer from the tennis coach just so that we had something to write it down on. But we all did it together. We sort of all sat together and did it. The detective asks, how did this come about? Jane Tanner replies, I can't remember when we decided, but I think it was a couple of days afterwards. We were all coming up with different bits of what had happened. The detective asks, what I'm trying to cover is if anybody would look at this cynically. Jane Tanner replies, within the group? Oh no. The officer replies, externally. It appears that Jane Tanner doesn't appreciate how absurd this evidence is that clearly has shocked this detective in regard to Tannerman, the suspect she claims to have seen. The hair was not clipped or shaven. The trousers hanging without creases. Jacket, it had a lower gathered hem. Shoes may have been brogue. Clothing, not seemingly of UK origin, had been purchased in Portugal. Child lying limp in man's arms, possibly drugged. It's hardly surprising that the detective was shocked. What we have here is an extreme case of close proximity language. It appears to be a desperate attempt to convey the close proximity Jane Tanner had to the suspect Tannerman, who we now know as Julian Topman. A desperate attempt to put herself at the top of the road, to suggest that since she was at the top of the road, she must have been going in through the front of the apartment with the key to physically check her children. It is a statement of extreme naivety, which is why the detective is asking Jane Tanner whether people externally may look at it cynically. What we see here is Jane Tanner, who had originally described the shoes of the suspect, what she called fleet of foot, being a soft, malleable type of material, now describing them as possibly brogue. We know what brogue shoes look like. They have a range of dots in them. What she's trying to say is that she was so close to the suspect that she saw the dots in a pair of brogue shoes. Again, hardly surprising that this detective is taken aback with the grotesque naivety of this attempt to make it look like she was that close to this suspect and at the top of the road.
There's never been a single piece of information where we thought, right, that's it, we need to follow it.
Jerry McCann is far smarter than people like to give him credit for. He is someone who strategizes on multiple levels, and he knew the value of Jerry Plan. He knew that it was Kate who had been accused of sedating the children. He knew that it was Kate who had the cadaverine on her clothing. He knew that one day Julian Topman would come forward, and he knew that at that time the conspiracy between Kate and Jane Tanner would be made public. At that time, Jerry McCann knew that it would be Kate and not himself who would be seen to have entered into a full-blown conspiracy to pervert the course of justice.
And the ludicrous thing is what's been purported from Portugal is that Madeleine died in the apartment by an accident and we hid her body. Well, when did she have the accident and died? Because the only time she was left unattended was when we were at dinner. So if she died then, how could we have disposed or hidden her body?
So we have the speculation about this bag being a canvas bag or a kit bag. And this terminology is used to describe a bag that could have been used to take Madeleine's body away from that apartment, so that Jerry McCann was not seen carrying a blonde child away from the scene of the crime. But it doesn't really matter particularly what the terminology is, whether it's a suitcase or whether it's a kit bag or a canvas bag or a tennis bag. The question is, could that bag be used to conceal a body? So the detectives appear to believe there is a bag being used which is not in this picture. Now, there is a reason they believe there is a bag, and there is a clue in this photograph. That clue is the clothing on the shelf. So we'll see what Jerry McCann has to say about that clothing. When asked about the contents of the wardrobe in his room that can be seen in the photographs, he says that on top is a suitcase and below a pile of dirty clothes that he cannot make out. This wardrobe was opened to look for Madeleine. So the likely detective theory is that the dirty clothing was in a bag and the clothing was removed to the shelf and the bag used to conceal the body of Madeleine. After all, who puts dirty clothing exposed on a cupboard? No one does this. So there must be a reason why those dirty clothes are there. The bag is then taken to the garden and put down. We're going to have a look at what Kate McCann says about that cupboard in that bedroom.
And I ran to the window and I had no idea what I thought I was going to find, but ran to the window and then I just whizzed around the house, the flat for 10-15 seconds. And again, I knew she'd been taken, but I just thought, just in case she's, I don't know, cowering in a cupboard or something.
So we've seen that she says she just went round, and obviously she went to see if Madeleine had gone into their bedroom. So obviously if she's looking through cupboards, she's going to look through that cupboard in her own bedroom. Let's see what she says when asked by the Portuguese police. She was asked if she looked inside the cupboard of the couple's bedroom. She said no in response. The picture, which has been painted, is of one episode which includes Jerry McCann in apartment 5A at 10 p.m. when the alarm was raised. However, the evidence shows us two distinct episodes in which Jerry is missing from the early episode and he reappears for the second episode. The night, therefore, has two time frames. The top half is Jerry McCann taking the body of Madeleine to the beach at 9:45 p.m. and the bottom half is his return at 10:30 p.m. So we'll see this emphasis on the division of the evening in a piece of evidence from Matthew Oldfield. In 2008, Leicester Police Station, Detective 4078, you didn't really go into the McCann's apartment after that. You saw Jerry and Kate on the sofa and they were engaged with the police at that stage. Oldfield replies, yeah, they were obviously later in the... What he's saying here, or trying to say is, yeah, they were obviously later in the evening. It's important to see that the references to Kate and Jerry McCann on the sofa is pertaining to a particular part of the evening where the police were present when the McCanns moved out of their apartment to another apartment and were sitting on the sofa, and the police were present, and the earliest arrival of the police for the purpose of speaking to the McCanns was in fact 11 o'clock. We also know that Rachel Oldfield gave evidence that she conducted a search with Jerry McCann around 10:30. Now, we know from the evidence that we've seen in the previous video that the alarm was not raised at 10 o'clock, but at 9:30. So that in fact means that since Jerry McCann was seen by the Smith family just before 10, that there is a 30-minute window of opportunity which goes from 10 o'clock to 10:30. These two search areas here, the one on the hill is in fact just adjacent to the road where the Smiths saw Jerry McCann, and that hill is a large area, very large area of dense vegetation, trees, shrubbery and potholes, and it was extensively searched, but not on that night and not extensively searched the next day. So he has 30 minutes to dispose of the body here, and he can put it the body under a bush or in a hole somewhere in the ground, and there are hundreds of wells in the area. So we can see that, given that it takes him about 6 minutes to get down, and then when he goes back, obviously on his own, he's a seasoned runner, and he is likely to run back. So he has half an hour, which is plenty of time, to go into that area, to conceal the body, and then to run back to the apartment to be there for 10:30. So concealing the body and running back, 30 minutes. Plenty of time to do that.
Jerry McCann is seen by the Smith family crossing Rua 25 d'Abril on his way down to the beach. Now, he can go to one side of the beach, and we can see that indicated here by the blue dots, and that will take him 3 minutes. If he decides to go the other way, that will take him 4 minutes. So let's have a look at the timing here. We can see that he was seen by the Smiths about 9:50, and we've just seen that point A to point B is 4 minutes. We'll round that to 5 minutes, say that he gets there at 9:55. So he now takes 30 minutes, or he has 30 minutes to conceal the body, and then, given that the walk back is 10 minutes, he will run that, and he can do that in 5 minutes. That demonstrates the possibility of the concealment of the body taking that time frame. So we're looking at around 30 minutes. So all we have to do is to see where Jerry McCann was in that 30 minutes, whether there was 30 minutes where he was not accountable in terms of the evidence. And if we can show that he's not accounted for in terms of the evidence, then he doesn't have an alibi. So we're going to look at that, but before we do so, we'll just have a look at a video of that area now.
Prior Delouche woke up this morning to discover that a large area of wasteland in the centre of the village is now the latest focus in the search for Madeleine McCann. This scrubland, which is mainly used by dog walkers, is about 10 minutes walk from the apartment where Madeleine was staying with her family in May 2007, the last time she was seen alive. During the morning, more equipment and forensic teams have been arriving here, very close to the Algarve coast. Exactly why this site has been chosen for the search is unclear, but detectives from Scotland Yard asked the Portuguese police to investigate here. Although local people turned out to search this area when Madeleine disappeared 7 years ago, this is thought to be the first significant dig using ground radar equipment. It's understood there are a couple of other sites around Praia da Luz that the British police would also like to have searched. But for now, this is the only one being investigated.
David Payne recounts, "We just all left the table, rushed over to her, and as we were walking up towards the flat, she said, you know, they've taken her. And as we were, you know, approaching their apartment, I was just saying to Kate." So we can see that this interaction is between David Payne and Kate McCann. The detective 1485 in Leicester in 2008 asked David Payne, "When you went in after the alarm was raised, what was the bedroom like at that point?" David Payne replies, "I noticed that the bed was empty, that Madeleine was sleeping in. My visual note was she's not there. The twins are there, you know. I just ran out and, you know, was wanting to, you know, run around like a headless chicken and try and do something, you know, to be helpful." So again, we see with absolutely no reference to Jerry McCann, no dialogue being exchanged, nothing being said. So we'll now have a look and see who went in and who stayed out of that apartment, according to their evidence. So we see that David Payne's evidence states that he went into the apartment. In the evidence of Matthew Oldfield, he is outside. Rachel Oldfield outside. Russell O'Brien outside. Fiona Payne outside, and Jane Tanner claims to be in her apartment. And we also know that Diane Webster was told to stay at the tapas bar. So we'll see when Fiona Payne goes into that apartment what she has to say. The detective asks, "What did you see when you walked in? Describe it." She replies, "At that point, Jerry, I don't think, was in the apartment." So we have David Payne, arguably Jerry McCann's best friend, running up there but not talking to him. He's talking to Kate. And it was said in the evidence that Jerry ran up ahead. However, when David Payne is in the apartment, he talks about just running around like a headless chicken, he says. Doesn't give any evidence concerning a conversation with his best friend Jerry McCann, who ought at this point to be telling everybody what they should be doing here in terms of this search. But I don't want to get hung up particularly about this time here, about whether Jerry McCann was or was not around. This is not a particularly important strategic part of the night as far as I'm concerned. What I'm concerned about is the 30-minute window. And what we're looking at here is, where was Jerry McCann when the rest of the male contingent were searching outside that apartment? Because they were searching outside that apartment for easily a 30-minute period. And where was Jerry McCann at that point? Because there is no statements exchanged between the female contingent of this group in that apartment or outside that apartment in that period, which you might consider to be highly unusual. Because why the center, the focus of the whole group in this case, the father of Madeleine, why is he not exchanging information or remarks with any of this group? So we're now going to look at some common interactions in that evening. And we're going to see who made remarks in terms of who they interacted with. And we can see right away with David Payne, he mentions Diane, Fiona, Matt, and Russell. No reference to Jerry McCann. Matthew Oldfield's interactions, Dave, Russell, Jane, and Fiona. So again, no reference to the presence of Jerry McCann. Russell O'Brien, he mentions Kate, Matt, Dave, and Jerry, so the only one of the male group here
the search party, mentions Jerry McCann. So we're going to see now what Russell O'Brien has got to say about this interaction with Jerry McCann. And so he says, I then conducted a quick search of the immediate area with Matt, Dave, and possibly Jerry. Well, this is probably the lamest form of perjury that anybody is going to see, because we're going to find out that the search party was Matt, Dave, and Russell, with no reference to Jerry McCann being there at all. So we're going to see how this group assemble at the tennis courts, and in their evidence it's a self-description of who was there. So we have David Payne, we have Matthew Oldfield, and we have Russell O'Brien down at the tennis courts in the search party. I then met up with Matt and Russell, and you know, I remember saying, right, what are we going to do? And Matt was saying, right, well, we've got to try and be, you know, systematic here. If you want to go off in that area, and I'll go down to the Ocean Club reception and, you know, ask them to call the police. So Matthew Oldfield leaves the party of 3, and he goes down to the Ocean Club reception where he is asking them to call the police. Now, they then go down to the Baptista, which is on that corner of the Ocean Club, so they assume that they actually all go together. Then Matthew Oldfield splits off. So we have David Payne and Russell O'Brien on the lower road outside the Baptista. And in the evidence of Russell O'Brien, he said, this is bad, this is really bad, they haven't found us. So David Payne seems now to have gone to the apartment and come back outside the Baptista and told Russell O'Brien that they haven't found her. Meanwhile, Matthew Oldfield returns to that junction from the Ocean Club. Now, from the Baptista supermarket junction, they go to the beach where they split up. David Payne and Matthew Oldfield on one side of the beach, and Russell O'Brien on the other side of the beach. So, in Leicester Police Station in 2008, David Payne is asked, you took part in assisting in the apartment and then you did some searches with Russell, and he replies, Matt. So David Payne has been asked who he was with.
So we can see how David Payne speaks to Matthew about having some sort of plan, and then Matthew says, well, okay, I'm going to go down to the reception and I'm going to call the police. But in Jerry McCann's statement, we'll see that he says on the 10th of May, this is 7 days after Madeleine disappeared, in his statement to the Portuguese police, they continued with searches outside around the various apartment blocks. The deponent, that being Jerry McCann, having asked Matthew, who went to the secondary reception where the event was communicated to the local police. So clearly what we see here is that Jerry McCann is now putting himself in the first part of that evening with this group of men, and he suggests that he is the person who told Matthew to go and report the matter to the police at the reception. We can see from the evidence that that is Jerry McCann, and introducing himself into the narrative, into the first part of that night, when in fact he was on his way down to the beach with the body of Madeleine.
And so we'll come to the evidence of Jeremy Wilkins, and you will recall that Jeremy Wilkins was the person who bumped into Jerry McCann outside the gate just after 9 o'clock outside the apartment. And the police went to visit him to get a statement from him and his partner, Bridget O'Donnell, and they gave a description of the group and the behaviour in the tapas bar. He says the group appeared boisterous but good-natured, with Jerry being the central figure, his gregarious character making him appear to be the central figure in the group, and almost holding court. However, they did notice that David Payne was equally gregarious and almost playing along with, if not up to, Jerry. So we can see that in this brief paragraph, the reference to Jerry being the central figure appears twice. So that's a very strong impression that they had about Jerry being the central figure. And then he uses a very extreme descriptive phrase, holding court. And for those of you who do not know what holding court means, I will describe it. To hold court means be the centre of attention amidst a crowd of one's admirers. So no one will be surprised at this description of Jerry McCann. He is quite clearly somebody who likes to be the centre of attention. And it was said by one of the Tapper Seven that Jerry was the more academic of the doctors, so the more studious and the more knowledgeable, and he obviously revels in that. And so long as they go along with the idea that he has this superiority, then he can make friends with them once they've established the pecking order. And then he can be gregarious again, and not only is he the most academic, he's the cleverest, the smartest, the brightest, he's also the funniest, and everything revolves around him. And therefore, when it comes to a search and his daughter's missing, the first person who's going to take control of the situation is going to be Jerry McCann. He's going to say, you go there, you come with me, and he's going to be the director of the search. And what the police have established is, by asking who the members of the Tapper Seven male contingent were, they know that Jerry wasn't there, and that's what they wanted to establish. They wanted to establish that he was actually absent. Now in Leicester in 2008, Detective 407A asked Matthew Warfield, after it was discovered that Madeleine had gone, everyone was running around and you were conscious that there was no organisation. Did you take it upon yourself to start organising? Did you take it upon yourself to start organising? So this detective is establishing an absolute key and pivotal circumstance of the night, and that is who was organising. And they are well aware that Jerry McCann just seems to have vanished off the radar here. And so they want to make sure that they've established that point, and they did so, as you saw previously, by asking who was in this group, and now who is organising this group. And of course Matthew Oldfield cannot reply that Jerry McCann is there or Jerry McCann is organising. So this is an established point of the detective's case, is that they make it clear that Jerry McCann is absent. Now, Matthew Oldfield is the one who went into the apartment at 9:30 and stated he came back and said all was well, but the Portuguese police believe that he went in and he didn't find Madeleine there. And we have to note that he did not mention in his evidence that he looked into the McCann's bedroom, the parents' bedroom, but his partner Rachel Oldfield mentioned it. And you have to imagine that these two people, before they go to the interview, are sitting around the breakfast table strategizing and deciding what they're going to do. And Matthew Oldfield has to take this very seriously, because he was the one who Jerry McCann said was crying in the police station because the Portuguese were psychologically laying into him big time. Now, Kate McCann states in her book, although I would say that we can take anything that Kate McCann says with a pinch of salt, she does say in her book that Matthew Oldfield was accused by the Portuguese police of handing Madeleine through the window to a third party. So they were suggesting, according to her, that he was implicated in a conspiracy to kidnap Madeleine. Now, obviously, they didn't believe that, but they were laying the pressure on Matthew Oldfield because they knew that he knew more about it than he was letting on. And as they go to their interview in Leicester, they're probably aware that the McCanns are not going to show up. And Matthew Oldfield, no doubt, is having discussions with his partner, and she's saying, what happens if they extradite you and they lay it on you? It won't be the first time that a police force has looked for a scapegoat. What happens if they lay it on you? So Matthew Oldfield has got a right to look that concerned. And he, for the greater part, sticks with the narrative of the story, the McCann story. But you'll find in evidence that people that give evidence, and when they're involved in a conspiracy to pervert the course of justice, and the conspiracy means a group of people involved, not a single person, but a group of people, you'll find that they vacillate somewhat. They'll go from supporting the group to not supporting the group and back again, depending on how hot under the collar they feel in that interview. And if they feel things aren't going too well for them, or they're under a bit of pressure, they may start to drop innuendos. And Matthew Oldfield has had some good advice before he's gone into that interview, and he would have been told that the detectives are trained to pick up on innuendo, and that his statement would be sent to Scotland Yard, where an expert on statement analysis would be looking at what he has to say. And he sticks it into the McCanns, saying there are a number of sort of practical issues in terms of childcare, and here he's talking about the McCanns. Well, it's a direct suggestion that the McCanns are not too hot when it comes to childcare. But as he gets under pressure in this interview, you can see where he goes. And he says, so we all ran. If you ask whether we went, into the apartment, I'm almost 100% sure we didn't go to the apartment because it was just so awful. So we know from Fiona Payne's statement that initially there was no talk of Madeleine being kidnapped or abducted, that it was just a case of her, somehow she's got out, she's gone missing. But Matthew Oldfield in this situation states in the first instance that it's awful. Now, awful isn't really a word associated with somebody going missing unless you know they're permanently missing. At this stage, he says he didn't go into the apartment because it was just so awful. So that word awful really is a word that is more likely associated with death than the news that the child just seems to be missing for the time being. Now, before they formed a search party, a number of the male contingent split off and did their own thing, looking around. Matthew Oldfield went down to the Millennium, and then we'll see what he says about that journey. He went round and back, and he's talking about a road now, and he says, I think this road, unfortunately, is called, which road is it? Cemetery Road, I think it's called. I seem to remember noticing it, because it seemed like a horrible. I think it's this bit here. So, note the word horrible here. He's already used the word awful. And so what does it mean it seemed like a horrible? He doesn't continue the sentence. What he means is it's a horrible association. Cemetery Road is a horrible association with death. And we note here that he shows some uncertainty here. He's appealing to this detective. Which road is it, he said, as if he's not quite certain which road it is. He says, I think, 3 times. I think it's this road. I think it's called. I think it's this bit here. Now, Matthew Oldfield is showing a kind of theatrical hesitancy here. He's playing a bit of a drama by saying, oh, I think it's this. What's it called? I'm not quite sure. And this detective, who's very experienced, will not have missed that. He's trying to drop an innuendo because he knows exactly where this road is and what this road is. And this is the road here that he's referring to, called Cemetery Road. And it is where the cemetery is. And he's referring to an association with death by mentioning this word. And we will see the detective response. It covers quite a lot of area. Matthew Oldfield says, you're basically out on, I think this is Cemetery Road. Or one of these roads, it just takes you out down the coast. And there's lots of new build sort of resorts going up. So for the 4th time, he shows this uncertainty about this road, and that's exactly why he's using the word phrase I think, That denotes uncertainty. It's not quite sure. Now Google Maps came out in 2005, February 2005. So in 2008, before he goes to the police station, he's been on Google Maps and he searched out exactly where it is. So in April 8, he's been checking that out before he goes to the interview. And he knows that Cemetery Road is the road that he's referring to. He's no doubt about that. He knows exactly what road he's referring to, but he's dramatizing it for the purpose, the benefit of the detective by saying, which road is it? Oh, it's this road. I think it's this road. I'm not quite sure. I think it's this bit here. He's overemphasizing the presence of this road in a dramatic way, and he knows exactly what the road is. Now he states that it goes down to the coast. Now in statement analysis, when people mention things that don't seem that relevant or superfluous, why are they mentioning it? Why would they add on something like that? It's not all that relevant. The road, in fact, isn't all that relevant. In the context of what he's trying to say, he's trying to make a big deal of that road. But he's also making a big deal of the fact that it goes down to the coast. Now, if we look at where Cemetery Road goes, down from the coast, and that's what he's referring to there, Cemetery Road going down to the coast, that is the same journey that Jerry McCann took as he cuts across from the apartment just under Cemetery Road. And he's describing a journey and an area where Jerry McCann has gone. We can see 25 Diablo, he's crossed that road, and we've seen that search area, the burial area. And so Matthew Oldfield is referring to cemetery, a place where you bury, and he's also giving us the direction, the route, and also the burial area of Madeleine in terms of statement analysis. There can be no doubt that Matthew Oldfield's curious evidence here is laying it on thick about this Cemetery Road, and experts in statement analysis and detectives will realize that he's attempting to put an emphasis on these expressions, saying it's awful about going to the apartment, saying the name cemetery is horrible in terms of its connotations of death, and emphasizing over and over and over again the graveyard. Now there's no doubt, and we've seen the statement analysis of Peter Hyatt, where he makes deductions about what somebody means when they're talking about brushing their teeth. Peter Hyatt's looking at this, it's child's play for him. Matthew Oldfield knows exactly the situation with Madeleine. Well, he may not have seen the body. The body may have been concealed in that cupboard in a bag by the McCanns, but they all know that something happened in their apartment that doesn't meet with the scenario of an abduction. So Matthew Oldfield is describing the fate of Madeleine, and he says, but until after Madeleine went, disappeared, cough cough, here he is not playing the party line, that being the narrative of the abduction and the kidnap by paedophiles, which the McCanns have been hammering home for 11 months since Madeleine disappeared. And he's not being a party to that notion in this particular part of the interview. So he is asserting some kind of neutrality here and stressing that Madeleine's fate is indeterminate. And it's fair to say that Matthew Oldfield must be concerned with the fact that the Portuguese had accused him of handing Madeleine through the window to some paedophile or some human traffickers or something. So he's not really prepared to go down with the stupidity of that idea. And he's had enough, really. He's had enough of being the target of the Portuguese accusations. He's tired of being singled out as some sort of a weirdo by the press and by the general public, who are all pointing their finger at him. and he's attempted to be loyal, but there's a point where he's just not going to go, and we can see in this interview that he's just had enough, and he has decided to show tremendous reservation in terms of the scenarios that the McCanns have participated in. He's just not going to be part of it in this particular part of the interview. So Matthew Oldfield has taken the brunt of this situation, and he's thinking, well, hold on a second, I'm not the one that was grade D at childcare. I'm the person that just showed some generosity to my friends by helping them out. And suddenly the McCanns aren't at this interview, but he is. And he must be concerned that he needs a plan B, and he needs to incorporate that plan B into this interview. So if things start to look bad, he can then turn around and say, look, staring me in the face what I was saying, isn't it? Really? You're the detectives, you're the statement analysis people. I made it clear there, really, without coming out and just saying quite blankly that Madeleine wasn't abducted, that she died in an accident in that apartment. I couldn't really make it clear enough other than come out and directly saying so, could I? This is the mindset of Matthew Oldfield, and the police know this. Without any doubt whatsoever, the experience of those police in Leicester, they know exactly where Matthew Oldfield is coming from. They know he's had enough. David Payne. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. David Payne cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Matthew Oldfield. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. Matthew Oldfield cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Russell O'Brien. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. Russell O'Brien cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Fiona Payne. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. Fiona Payne cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Rachel Oldfield. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. Rachel Oldfield cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Jane Tanner. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search, no instructions given by Jerry McCann, no words exchanged. Jane Tanner cannot give Jerry McCann an alibi. Diane Webster. Inside the apartment, outside the apartment, during the initial search.
you.